Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became the Coffee Shop Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Izuku Midoriya was always a mama's boy. Quick to forgive her tendency to fret, and burying his disappointment that she didn't believe in his dream. He always supported her, knowing that no matter what, she was his precious mother. That's why he let himself get talked into a rather insane plan hatched by the single mother. Inko Midoriya was always cunning, willing to manipulate for the greater good. Be it when she talked her aloof husband into taking the job in America so she wouldn't have to deal with his tendency to bring shady folks over, to when she snuck in baking and cooking lessons for her son under the guise of even heroes have to cook. She remembered how she used her skills in writing to start her boy on his hobby of notating quirks, hoping it would help him in the future. Being the mother of a quirkless child was hard simply because she knew the world wouldn't be kind to him. How could it, when even those with useless quirks felt the need to sneer down at those below them? However, unlike what her darling son thought, Inko didn't believe he couldn't become a hero. Quite the opposite, she knew he'd excel in the field as well as others like it. But the world would make it unimaginably difficult for him. When she cried, "I'm so sorry," all those years ago, it was not about his dream. No, it was about how others would tear him down for it. Inko planned to quietly sit through his childhood, letting Izuku attempt his dream. She figured after he saw how awful those in the hero world were, he'd find another profession or make it. Either way, Inko would let fate decide what Izuku did. Until her doctor's appointment a week after Izuku turned 10. See, cancer? Inko sputtered out, looking at the diagnosis the doctor gave her. The man gave an encouraging smile though. Yes, but we caught it extremely early. The treatments are pricey since chemotherapy was outlawed in the wake of quirk chemo, but it has a high chance of success. Inko's survival instincts screamed to just take it. She wasn't rich, and her health insurance was pitiful after she produced a weak child, meaning she wasn't worth as much to the insurance companies in the grand scheme of things. Why save a woman who had a weak quirk and produced a quirkless child? How much? She forced herself to ask. Hisashi stopped sending money a year ago, and she wouldn't be surprised if he was dead. It was just her and Izuku, so she had to be careful. About 1 million yen after insurance, Mrs. Midoriya. He admitted. Inko sucked in a breath. That was the amount she had saved for Izuku's middle, high, and college funds, plus their nest egg. She couldn't steal that. But she couldn't leave Izuku either. It would destroy him, he'd have no one to fall back on when she left. But maybe she could give him something to live for. Something better than heroics, than broken dreams and bullies she knew he faced. How long till I'd pass on, doctor? Based on the diagnosis quirk and other tests, you have about 4 years. However, you won't show signs until the 3rd year. The only reason we caught it was because Maiko was on duty with her quirk today. Really, it's best if we act now. Unfortunately, that won't be necessary. Inko said firmly. The doctor sputtered. What? You can't be serious. It's a simple procedure and they're happy, you'd be healthy within 6 months. If it's a matter of losing your job, I'm sure we could ensure time off is compensated. No, I work as an online freelance writer. No, I cannot afford the treatment. I understand my insurance would cover some sort of care at least. Yes. The doctor admitted, resigned. There is a pill that would delay the symptoms from showing up, but it is not a cure. You take this and you'll just be living a lie until your body collapses. I'll take it. She insists. Another hour of back and forth between the pair and Inko Midoriya walks out with a prescription and a death wish. In her mind world plans and a prepared story for her darling Izuku who should be coming home from school in a couple of hours. Mom, I'm home, came Izuku's voice, making Inko stiffen in her web searching at the table, notes strewn across it. As her darling child came in, covering yet another bruise on his arm, she sighed. Sit, Izuku. She pointed to the chair across from her. We need to have a family discussion. Okay? What's wrong, Mom? Izuku gulped when her gaze held firm, before glancing at his wrist. Do you like school, Izuku? She asked. What? I asked you a question. Inko pressed, mentally cringing at how rough she probably sounded. But for this to work, she had to make her son face his demons. No, he blurted out. I mean, I like learning. It's fun and the classes are interesting. But nobody really likes me. He mumbled the last part. Izuku wanted to lie, to placate, but found himself rambling it all out. Kacchan and the other kids are mean. The teachers aren't that nice, and sometimes I can't even answer questions. It's like my throat closes up. They call me useless and… Several minuets of rambled confession painted the grim reality Inko hated. Before Izuku started crying, Inko caressed his cheek. Then you won't go to that school. But I have to. He insisted, unshed tears and hope on his face. No, you have to go to a school, not that one. I will enroll you in an online school where there aren't bullies. No. Then I'm running away, hiding in my room like a Deku, he admitted. Inko gave a huff. Absolutely not, Izuku. You won't be hiding in your room from the world. In fact, I'd be surprised if you'll have time for much other than school and what I have planned. Huh. She smirked at his puzzled face. We're going to open up a coffee shop. Inko said brightly, turning Izuku's whole world upside down. Opening a coffee shop with a 10-year-old wasn't easy, Inko admitted. She grew up in Tokyo with her parents, working at a coffee shop every school break to help her family, so she knew how the shop should be run. It was a tiring process. But, using the funds she saved and the numerous favors she racked up from online clients meant that soon, Midoriya Coffee and Pastries was opening its quaint doors a month before Izuku turned 11. Welcome to our shop. The mother-son duo chorused from the register. The small shop with a red awning and flowers outside contained comfy chairs and 6 tables, all of which would be managed by Izuku or Inko at any given time. She taught him everything he needed to be a good host, how to make every drink and food article she could think of. Now it was time for him to practice it under her gaze until that inevitable day happened. Before that happened, Izuku would learn how to run the business solo. If he still wished to become a hero, she'd let him, even if he was too good for them. But first, she'd show him the happiness of getting your hands dirty and befriending everyone with a smile. Yes, I'd like a black coffee for here, please. Their first customer said quietly to the sicksome atmosphere. Inko smiled and rang him up while Izuku gently poured the coffee into a sturdy but elegant cup. The man thanked them and sat down at the right window table. None of the wooden tables matched, having come from pawn shops or her parents' house, but each held charm. Before lunch they had over 100 customers. Inko felt her stamina drain and stomach get queasy from her medication, but Izuku's bright smile was all the motivation she needed to push through. This was all for her child's future, after all. Just a couple more years, she chanted to herself while packaging up a croissant. Izuku was an intelligent child. His mother knew it, and he made sure to show it to her as much as possible, as it always made her smile. She never hid the reason why things happened from him, always honest. That's why he found her secrecy on why they moved above a small coffee shop and opened the new family business so strange. Surely they were happy before, as his mother didn't have to work physically hard. She seemed happy working with him every day and doing school work over the computer with him though, so he couldn't find it in him to question her. Not even when he heard her crying late at night or chugging strange pills from an unmarked bottle. Midoriya Coffee and Pastries opened their doors from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It would close, giving Izuku time to clean and do homework at a table to the smell of baking pastries. He'd hum along to the soft cafe music while his mother flitted around or collapsed into the couch by the second window. They'd joke over their customers or strange assignment he had. Soon though, they'd put away the computer and stretch, and open the shop once more from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. They'd smile and talk with people from all walks in life, serving types of coffee, tea, and desserts. Nobody could resist their Persian blend or crepes, and before long they were celebrating their first-year anniversary of opening the shop. Life was good, even if he found himself sneaking in analysis still and practicing to be a hero. Izuku. He heard his mother murmur after the shop closed for the day. It was particularly busy in celebration. Their last customer, the same older gentleman who bought the first cup of coffee and insisted on being called Tanaka-jiji, had left almost an hour before, and everything was clean and ready for the next day. "Yes, Mom?" Izuku asked. "I saw your analysis. They've improved," she murmured. He stiffened, hoping she didn't say he should focus more on school or work. Over the past year they hadn't talked about his dream at all, but heroes still made his day brighter, especially when one of them came in for a drink. "We both know you'll be done with middle school before August." "Yeah," he whispered. Finding out he'd graduate secondary school at 12 was a pleasant surprise. UA and other hero programs didn't accept those younger than 14, so he could either take online courses till then to get ahead or wait. "I figured instead of doing high school classes, you could." She stopped herself before continuing. "Why not start an analysis blog?" And with those magic words, Izuku's world got even more turned around. In late August, Dekairu's analysis launched online, where a mysterious person posted analysis on quirks, heroes, villains, situations. He offered his unique way of looking at them from behind a computer screen. Heroes could request a complete analysis on their weaknesses and how to improve to be sent to their agencies via an untraceable postage. Izuku would laugh as he read comments on his general analysis that gave ways to improve quirks without giving away weaknesses. He also did posts on financial costs of heroism, though his mother did most of the work on those until he learned how, and editorial posts on ethics. Before long his site raked in enough for them to hire a part-time worker on the weekends. While the shop covered their expenses and way of life, the site gave them a nest egg. Not a very large nest egg, but the site was still young. In time it would grow, but for now Izuku would have to put in the work, something he was used to by now. Inko never let Izuku know that the site could have easily paid for her procedure. She accepted she was a dying woman and happily listened to his ramblings on how to use the funds to expand or improve. He still wished to go to UA. If he did decide to do that, Inko knew his website would give the funds he needed to pay for all the employees he needed while at school. But Inko had a feeling her plans would work out, and that her baby would be something better than a hero to hundreds in a cape. Thankfully, she had another, very large favor she could call in for her baby if he did decide to go down that route. "Mom, we have a problem." A now 13-year-old Izuku panted from the doorway to their upper apartment. Every other Sunday and fifth Saturday the shop would close for the day. Izuku was supposed to be shopping for their specialty tea that they couldn't get from a supplier and more cleaning fluid. However, instead of bags in his arms, a small white-haired girl who looked like Izuku was her whole world stood in the doorway. "Well, why don't we sit down and start from the beginning?" she asked after they stared at one another for what seemed like a lifetime. Izuku never planned on picking up a 4-year-old if he was being honest. He had dropped off another analysis for a sidekick at a small-time agency without being seen, and was looking forward to talking to the cute girl who ran the tea leaf shop. That's when he found his legs being held hostage. Blinking, he looked down, and was shocked to see a little girl with blue-white hair and a horn, crying. "Hey, what's wrong?" he asked, crouching down to be eye level. She just buried herself into his arms. It was then Izuku really saw her. The haunted look, grimy hair, and bandaged arms. Something was wrong, really wrong. His mind raced through what he knew about the area, about how it was known for yakuza and small crime. How it wasn't a place one went to at night. Crap, he thought, and then gulped when a familiar-looking beak popped out from across the street crowd, looking wildly. The child seemed to peek over her shoulder and cringed at the sight as well. Izuku, knowing that man from the police's index of yakuza members, struggled to keep a calm voice. "Okay, I'm going to cover you and run. He won't get you, I'll save you," Izuku declared, feeling heroic emotions bubble up inside of him. "Why, you promise?" she whispered, voice not used to talking since 2 months ago when her quirk made her a monster. "I promise. After all, that's what heroes do, we save people." "What's your name?" "Eri." Izuku glanced up to see the bus that parked, blocking the beaked man's view of them before he could spot the pair. Taking his K, Izuku bundled up the now-named Eri and bolted out of area, taking back routes and populated streets to lose any pursuers. Being an analyst, hero fanatic, and curious mind, Izuku knew the routes heroes would use to lose anyone. Thus, it took an hour of his legs and arms screaming at him, but they were safely in the apartment. When his mother had them sit down, that's when Izuku allowed his emotions to give way, his fear at what he just did becoming clear. So you were taken by this overhaul after your quirk killed your father? Izuku repeated, no judgment in his voice. I'm a monster, Eri cried while drinking milk. She was engulfed in a hug by the two watery-eyed Midoriyas. Of course not. You're not a monster, and neither is your quirk. It's beautiful, Izuku insisted. She blinked. No one had called her beautiful before. Not even before Mother left and Kai had her help with making something to take away quirks. She hadn't meant to run today, it was an accident while following a stray cat. Grateful and not sure about the new emotions bubbling up in her chest, Eri joined the crying, only they were tears of happiness. Of belonging. Long after Eri cried herself to sleep, now resting on their living room couch, Inko and Izuku sat at the table, having a discussion she never wanted to have. You know, I used favors to get us the permits for the shop quickly? She spoke quietly. Izuku nodded, well aware that they were walking the legal line, but loving his mom too much to care. Well, I always held my biggest one in reserve. It was to make your dream possible. How? He asked. No one would accept a quirkless hero. Not without years of discrimination against you and possibly plots to kill you. She stopped, seeing how Izuku thought she was going to say he couldn't be one. But I believe in you. You could be a hero, Izuku. I know that. You'd find a way to become the best quirkless hero there is. However, right before we opened the shop, someone I helped out long ago contacted me. He's risen to power over the last 2 decades and let me know I could ask a favor from him. He has connections, enough to make it seem like you have a late-blooming analysis quirk, or even receive one from a contact of his. Who was planning on letting you decide if you wanted me to get him to get you a fake quirk, or even a real one. She let the silence ring out in the apartment. Inko knew it was always Izuku's dream. It's why she had planned on letting him get a letter in her will when he completed 1 semester of UA with details how to ask for such a favor. It would deal with evil men, but if Izuku really didn't want to be a coffee shop owner or online genius, she would try to let him go prepared into the world. If only the man had contacted her before her illness, or even before their opening day. Then she would have taken him up on it instantly, secure that Izuku would rise from tragedy to become a hero. Now, though, she was just so proud of how content he was, and prayed what she suggested they do with that favor instead didn't break him. If he can fake me a quirk registration or get me one, then he could create a new identity, right? We could get Eri a whole new life, safe from the Yakuza. That man who had her. I barely know anything and it's from my research, but he's bad news. If your friend could make an identity that would stand up against UA's probing, we should use it for Eri. Izuku suggested before Inko could, without hesitation or mention of his own wishes. She had never been prouder. Right, I'll call him right now then. Inko choked out. If Izuku calmly wiped away a tear and looked at his hands for a moment, neither said anything. They were the Midoriya family. They took care of their own. Eri Midoriya would soon see that. Getting Eri Midoriya legal was difficult, but Inko's friend had deep ties to the government. Eri was registered as having a unicorn quirk with undisclosed properties. Her hair was short, dyed permanently green with white highlights from a quirk user, her eyes now a bright green that matched her brother's. She came from America after living with her father for most of her life. Hisashi died, Inko found that out recently for sure, making the story convenient, leaving poor little Eri to her mother that gave her up formally in the divorce. Eri would attend online school like Izuku until she could cope, making it easier for her to disappear into the masses away from Chisaki Kai. Of course, a few anonymous tips from a phone in Tokyo led the investigation on him to a point his organization was being pulled apart. It wouldn't be long before the so-called 8 precepts of death were no more. Inko hugged Sho for his unbreakable proof that Eri was theirs, and then cried over him when he did her dying wish that was so much simpler than her other request but just as important. Izuku was legally a complete adult now. The government classified quirkless people as adults at 13 as long as they had a steady income. So, Izuku was safe. But, Sho got them the permit that most couldn't get until they were 17, allowing him to be a guardian for children. This included biological siblings or fostering. Now, Inko could die happy knowing her 2 children would be secure and safe. Even if Izuku did become a hero, Inko knew it would somehow work out. That's why when she went to her parents' house for the weekend before they went into a nursing home in May before Izuku's 14th birthday, she didn't fight the feeling of death that crept up on her as she fell asleep. Her parents disowned her before her 19th birthday for getting pregnant and they would not have custody of her children, but Inko was grateful that they got to reconcile the night before she passed, and that they found her body instead of her sweet angels. Burying his mother with a sobbing Eri at his side was the worst day of Izuku's life. The relatives and friends that came were few as Inko had gradually pulled away from them in the last 4 years in light of what he now knew was her sickness. Everything clicked into place for him, all the way back to the last doctor's appointment she had. Izuku felt so stupid, wanted to scream, but he held it back. Nobody but him and the doctor that quietly showed up knew about it, and that's how it would stay. Everyone else thought it was a sudden heart failure. Many gossiped when they saw Eri. They speculated Inko left to hide a pregnancy, that she gave up the child to open a shop before then being forced to take care of a little girl again and the burdensome quirkless child. They blamed him. Izuku let it wash over him. When it was time for him to greet those that gossiped behind his back, Izuku did what he did best. He smiled and bowed, like the most excellent coffee shop owner that he was. Eri copied him, and soon the siblings were back in their apartment, crying over the will Inko left for them, the man who read it to them in his office offering no sympathies. July 15th passed with little fanfare, though Eri sang him the happy birthday song they had sung to her, holding out a bowl of katsudon their mother taught her to make. Izuku dove into his analysis as well as the shop, making enough for them to live off of. The part-timer that he hired quit after they got into UA, leaving with a cheesy grin and head pat to Eri. "Boss, you were so manly. Thanks for letting me work to help save for my dream." Kirishima cheered. The now redhead, and how Izuku almost tossed a frying pan at him when he saw it at 6M, convinced it was some sort of monster, left, promising to visit. Izuku didn't say anything about how he wished he was going to. Eri hugged him, thinking he was worried about finding another worker that they could trust. He couldn't correct her, knowing he had decided to not mention his dream since he saved her. That night he took Eri home from the funeral, Izuku left his childhood behind. He was now the caretaker of an amazing little girl. A little girl that needed stability and safety, not a brother who went after an almost impossible dream. "Hey Eri, how would you like us to close early and watch a movie?" Izuku asked, grinning when she positively beamed at him. "Welcome. What can I get you, sir?" Izuku chirped at 6 a.m. on a rather slow Monday. The gruff man that entered the cafe seemed dead to the world, slouching as he walked up, white scarf hiding his neck. "Coffee. Black as my soul to go," he groused. Amused, Izuku filled up the standard cup, knowing that it probably irritated their customer that someone was so awake at the ungodly hour. Eri peeped out from the counter to look at him, her hair a mess waiting to be tamed by Izuku. At least she was in her work uniform. "Here you go, sir." Izuku handed the coffee as money was passed to him. The man raised an eyebrow when Eri padded up to him and gave him a bag of cookies. She had one free bag to hand out to a customer per day. Usually she waited till their evening session, but Izuku couldn't help but think she chose right that day. "Thanks," the customer said in puzzlement. He started walking out. "Oh, an Eraserhead?" Izuku called idly to the now frozen back. "You might want to try dipping the cookies in the coffee, it's rather good." Without a word, Aizawa walked out of the quaint coffee shop Nemuri sometimes went to, interest piqued. He'd be sure to visit again. Only for the cookies, of course. Izuku watched the man walk away, hiding a snicker. Eri looked him a bit cross-eyed. "Who's Eraserhead, Nissan?" she asked, used to her brother rambling about heroes since he did some kind of secret online job. She wasn't allowed to tell anyone about it. "He's just a really cool hero, Eri. One day I'll tell you about him. For now, grab a brush before Tanakajiji shows up for his order." With a fond smile, Izuku helped Eri get twin braids, refusing to let his smile turn sad. After all, it wouldn't do to dwell on the man that theoretically could have been his teacher at UA. He got over midnight, he'd get over this one. Even if it hurt. They're all done. Hee hee, let's make customers happy. Eri squealed. Yeah, let's make them happy. Always. Chapter 2. Izuku called as he measured out the grounds for the coffee brewer. It was 3:30, meaning soon they'd be seeing customers again. Eri was sweeping the last crumbs into the trash. 4. She chirped back. They were going over multiples in math and her online kindergarten had a test the next day. 6. 8. 64, Izuku threw in randomly, seeing if he could trip her up. Eri just smirked. 66, Nissan. My, at this rate you'll be better at math than me. And then you won't need your poor old Nissan anymore. Izuku faked a horrified gasp at the thought. No, don't worry, Nissan. I'll always need you, and I'll stay here forever and ever. You mean it? You'll stay with your lame brother? Izuku asked. But, after all, somebody has to look after you in your old age. She said cheekily, ruining the moment. That was one thing Eri was beginning to pick up from their more trendy customers. Read, hooligan teens in Izuku's opinion, sass. Thankfully, she still had her sweet moments, such when she proceeded to tackle Izuku in a hug as he walked to switch their sign to open once more. Okay, Princess Unicorn, enough. We have customers to please. And sure enough, the hugging siblings were greeted by the scruffy visage of Aizawa, back for more coffee from the morning. He raised an eyebrow at the two. More coffee, please. Aizawa said after a moment. Shoyuta had been enjoying his coffee and cookies, and how did they taste so good? Normally he hated sweets because they were a waste of time, in the teacher's lounge. Technically classes wouldn't start till next week, but staff had a week of meetings and preparations. So here he was, feeling alive for once, and all because of Midoriya coffee and pastries. What really got him, though, was the casual note from the boy running the counter about his hero identity. Most didn't know who he was, or cared, because that's how he liked it. Already the man combed through the student profiles to see any matching his description, that would at least give some excuse for the recognition, seeing as Aizawa helped run the exams, to no avail. Perhaps the boy had a sibling in the school? Though, Aizawa also wondered about the kid, as he seemed more comfortable than the average worker. Perhaps the owner's son? That's how Namuri found him. My, Shoyuta, I see you've tried some of Izuku-kun's coffee. And are those Eri-chan's cookies? Namuri squealed. So that's their names. They looked like siblings. Does their family own the shop? He asked. Namuri seemed to somber up, if only for a moment. Oh, that. Well, actually Izuku's the owner. His mother passed away a few months ago, so now it's just him and his little sister. She's around 5, I think. Wait, how old is he? He looked young, and you can't own a business before you're 16 in Japan. Aizawa pointed out. Hey, well, he's 14. Normally you'd be right, but... Namuri trailed off. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. But what? He's quirkless. Silence loomed uncomfortably between the two before Aizawa snorted. Of course those stupid laws would make it possible. Glad to see they're doing something right. I assume he somehow got the permit to raise his sister as well, seeing as she lives there. Namuri shrugged. But that doesn't answer how he recognized my hero persona of all people. Izuku does something with analysis. I've walked in on him after their afternoon close down to see him muttering about a hero or whatever. He always put his notes away before I could see, though. It must be his embarrassing hobby. They're very detailed mutterings too. That sparked suspicion in Aizawa's mind. What teenager, a non-heroics one at that, want with such detailed information? It sounded like the boy wasn't going on to do anything but make coffee. Mind made up, Shoyuta Aizawa went from, I'll casually visit to figure this puzzle out, to, I'm officially stalking the possible villain informant. That's how he ended up at Midoriya Coffee and Pastries just as it opened, staring at the, admittedly, cute duo greeted him. More coffee, please, he finally said. Watching as Eraserhead, Shoyuta Aizawa, the man insisted after Eri started chatting to him, drank his third cup of coffee while munching on more cookies, staring at Izuku the whole time unsettled the young business owner. What could Aizawa want? Izuku wondered. While they did have some customers take up a table for long stretches of time while working on projects or waiting for bad weather to pass, but Aizawa sat facing him without any work in front of him, and it was a brisk but beautiful late September day. There was no reason for him to be here. Of course, Izuku didn't dare say anything. He was too good of a host for that, and Eri seemed to like him. Despite being young, her experiences made her an excellent judge of character. If Aizawa was plotting something bad, Izuku would ruin him like he ruined Chisaki Kai. Watching that arrest on the nightly news 3 weeks ago was a highlight of his life. He still had it recorded for particular bad days. Finally, after the gruff man consumed 5 cups, he came up to Izuku once more. "Restroom," he demanded, making Izuku's smile slightly twitch. The only one they had was in the apartment, seeing as most customers didn't stay long enough to need to relieve themselves. Izuku was about to suggest going to their neighbor, a rather nice small grocer who had a customer restroom, when Eri, bless her heart but sometimes he wondered what went through her head, piped up. "Aizawa-san, you can use ours. And I can show you my stuffed animal collection." She dragged Aizawa away before Izuku could protest, though he did call out to them a warning. 10 minutes, Eri. 1 second longer and I'll drag you both down myself." Her disbelieved giggle ruined the image. Thankfully, his security camera installed on his laptop on the table would give him plenty of a vantage point to keep watch. He wouldn't want the man to start snooping through his files or his mother's things. Hopefully, Eri would distract him the entire time with her dozens of stuffed animals on the couch, courtesy of Izuku. He couldn't resist buying her a new one each time they went shopping. It was now a sort of tradition between the two, for him to get too curious. Aizawa felt awkward as he washed his hands in the animal-themed restroom, and shivered as his hands dried on a unicorn hand towel. Eri had proudly told him Izuku let her redecorate it in June. As he looked around the cozy kitchenette and living room, why was the brown couch covered in animals that seemed to pierce your soul again? The pro-hero gained one key insight on the target of his mini-investigation. The kid was wrapped around his little sister's thumb. A nice laptop sat on the table, with papers for elementary students piled close. However, under the laptop sat notebooks, one open and showing a detailed report on Midnight's quirk. "Oh, that's Nisan's work." Eri piped up. Aizawa shot his head to meet her eyes. She eeped and looked away. "It's a secret though, something online. You can't tell anyone, okay?" "Okay, sure. Let's get you back down, all right?" he asked, letting the 5-year-old skip down the stairs, happily telling him about how her elephant animal didn't get along with her cat one, so she had to keep them super far apart, or something. God, was Aizawa glad he didn't have kids. Izuku met his even gaze, nodding goodbye when Aizawa shuffled out the door. He couldn't shake the feeling that letting Eri be the one to take him upstairs would lead to a headache. Now, though, he had to focus on thinking up ways for Midnight to improve her quirk. He had to drop off the analysis this weekend. The week was a rather intense one for Shoyuta. He was convinced that Midoriya was a puzzle he wished to solve, and some signs pointed to him being involved with something shady. He left late at night sometimes with files, losing Aizawa of all people in the alleyways, and returned later empty-handed. He would mutter about a hero, villain, or random quirk. Hell, yesterday Aizawa heard him rant to himself about traffic patterns in high-villain areas of all things, in details only seen in professionals like Deku or Nizu. However, the kid was kind, polite, and always helped others. In his investigation, read, mini-stalking, Izuku had helped 5 children find their parents, 6 elderly carry groceries, and gave a full meal to a homeless man that collapsed outside the shop. With every person he came across, Izuku was extremely nice, making Shoyuta Aizawa want to pull his hair out. Finally it came. Namuri squealed when she burst into the lounge, clutching a blank, thick file that looked suspiciously like Izuku's. "What did you find?" Hisashi asked, already hyped about it being the first day, now reaching bursting levels. "This. I commissioned Deku to make an analysis for me. He dropped it off at the agency this weekend. Of course, no one saw him as usual, so I just picked it up on my way here." "So detailed." And the artwork detailing some costume redesigns are on point. That's when she flipped open the file on the table. Most of the teachers just marveled at the details. Aizawa did a spit take on his life drink, knowing where he saw that particular page. Shoyuta? You okay? Hizashi questioned while patting his best friend's back. Aizawa nodded and stood abruptly. Yes, just a break in a case I was working on came to me. I'll see you at lunch. With that, Shoyuta left in a brisk walk, barely bothering to drag his sleeping bag with him. Izuku was more amused than anything for the week Aizawa stalked him. One doesn't avoid bullies, give detailed analysis, and protect a 5-year-old without getting impressive observation and stealth skills. When Eri gave a tearful confession that she admitted the files were secret to Aizawa, Izuku had just shook his head, already knowing from the camera. It was hilarious though when the man started stalking him, and Izuku made sure to become shadier looking when he left to do his drops. He had to get entertainment somehow, and the man did bring it on himself. So when Aizawa came in looking like death run over yet triumphant after the first day of school, Kirishima was already planning on coming for dinner to celebrate. Izuku kept his face impassive. The shop was empty due to a villain attack at the station earlier, making many people hurry home while cleanup ensued. Even Tanakajiji called to say he wouldn't be in at 6 p.m. for his herbal tea. You're Dikairu. Aizawa pointed an accusatory finger at him. Izuku gave a closed-eye smile and held up an already made cup. Coffee, Aizawa-san? Problem child. The source of Izuku's headache and fun said once they were sat. Outside it began pouring, and Izuku sent Eri up to get ahead on school and play. She didn't try to convince him to let her stay after he gave her the look. Yes, Shuda-san? I can call you that, yes? I mean, after you stalked me for a week, I think I feel familiar enough with you for first names. A hidden smile behind his coffee. Izuku could feel Aizawa's irritation. You knew. Of course, Shuda-san. You know a secret of mine. One that cannot get out. One that would endanger Eri and our livelihood if some shadier persons figured out Dikairu was just a simple shop owner without a quirk. The silence loomed. Izuku loved playing this tactic. It was one he'd seen his mother use when a client found out something they shouldn't have or somebody questioned her. Shoyuta instinctively looked away from Izuku's now sharp eyes. So, now that you know about my side business, what will you do? I want to help. That made Izuku drop his cup in shock, and from Shuda's look, he wasn't expecting to say it either. Excuse me? The man sighed. Izuku, no, problem child, you're smart, scary so. Your blog and paid analysis are second to none. But, you're 14 and running a shop. You're untrained in fighting, and if the wrong person happened to spot you on your late-night drop-offs, you'd be an easy target. So, what could you do? Izuku asked, interested despite himself. I'll be the one to drop them off. It would create a bumper between you and any potential enemies. And what do you want in return? These deliveries are sensitive and must never be caught. Analyze my class's quirks, and a free cup of coffee every morning. He admitted the last part was his favorite. Shoyuta Aizawa loved coffee, and the shop's coffee was worth living for. Izuku sat back, contemplating. On one hand, he liked the late-night exhibitions, and the daytime ones brought him a thrill. But Eri shouldn't be left alone at night, and his breaks taking the files were often rushed and could be spent helping Eri or going to the park with her. Nodding to himself, he produced a file from seemingly nowhere and passed it to his now partner. Very well, this is supposed to be delivered to the present Mike agency for one of the newer sidekicks. Could you do this without being caught? A manic grin met his small smile. I'm not known as a demon in the night, by friends for nothing, problem child. Please don't call me that. Then don't do things that get my interest. Aizawa shot back. The two shared a small chuckle when the bell rang. Izuku looked up to see Kirishima dragging in a soaked purple-haired boy. Yo boss. Sorry, I know dinner isn't till 9 because of closing and stuff, but I ran into this super manly kid on my way out of you, and he's in my class. He'd be perfect for the shop, and his hair is manly wicked. Kirishima boasted, knocking down the boy in the UA uniform with a pat on the back. Izuku resisted a snort and stood up to bow. Welcome, I apologize for my former employee. He knows we're in need of a weekend part-timer and is very enthusiastic about helping. My name is Izuku Midoriya, pleased to meet you. Hitoshi Shinso. Likewise. The boy about his age muttered and looked to the side, eyes widening at seeing one of his teachers here. Kirishima, however, was not observant enough and kept talking. So yeah, today we had our first day, boss, and we had this really manly teacher. He was kind of unmanly at the beginning, trying to scare us with a quirk test and said the lowest score would lose. However, the purple midget that came in last still got to stay. So, I guess Aizawa-sensei isn't too bad, but I think he needs more sleep. I've seen zombies with less bags. Glad to see my sleep schedule amuses you, Kirishima. Aizawa quips from his position, somehow commanding authority instantly. Kirishima yelped and turned redder than his hair, while Shinso looked half terrified, half amused. Aizawa-sensei. I didn't know you came here. Well, the coffee is rather good, was all Aizawa said before continuing his peaceful drinking. In the end, Shinso did agree to work at the shop every Saturday and Sunday, as well as school holidays. He seemed to be in disbelief that Izuku and Eri weren't freaked out about his quirk. In fact, Izuku was amazed about it and insisted he'd be a fantastic hero. Shinso would never admit that made him tear up so much that Eri hugged him, or that Aizawa had to pass a handkerchief, or admit that when Izuku insisted he stay for dinner since the storm was still going, Shinso felt true happiness. He's really my hero, the purple boy thought while laughing on his first day of work that weekend, conversing with customers who never once questioned or judged him. When they heard he was going to be a hero, a kid even asked for his autograph, for when he gets famous and forgets the little people. Yes, his boss was a strange one, but kinder than any other he met. From the way he treated everyone like they were the center of his attention, to the way he could hold intelligent conversations on any topic despite not doing high school, though when Izuku admitted he graduated middle school at 12, Hitoshi had to keep his jaw from hitting the floor. Izuku Midoriya was what any person would expect to see in a decent human being and hero. Too bad the kid shot him down the one time he suggested he'd make a great one, sad smile on his face. The worker never asked again, knowing there was a private demon there. Izuku stretched in the dark Monday air, 2 weeks after Shinso started. He finally had a proper hand again, and Eri seemed to like him. Now though he had to open the store. Cracking his back, he muttered while walking down the steps. My back. Then shut up, realizing how old he sounded, and vowed to never let another soul hear him say that. He was 14, not some grandfather, despite what his customers seemed to think at times. Speaking of customers, Izuku was worried about Aizawa. His class had gotten attacked by villains on Thursday, leaving the school to close while repairs and rest happened. The man sent a text Saturday saying he was alive, though Izuku was still worried. The news only spoke of there being injuries, and with the current climate, Izuku was unable to dig up any information on his elusive customer helper. Even Shinso just knew the man was gravely injured and in the hospital. However, Izuku was drawn out of his musings and half-baked plans to hack into every hospital database to find him, when the door swung open to a mummy. Welcome, Izuku asked rather than stated. The mummy seemed to groan. Problem child. And instantly it clicked. This was Shoyuta Aizawa. Shuda-san. Coffee, the mummy demanded while walking up, only to be pulled back by a familiar head of blonde hair. Shoyuta, you can't just leave the hospital, walk 20 blocks, and come in for coffee. You're not even supposed to be walking, much less drinking caffeine with your medication. The voice of present Mike chided. This seemed to upset Mumzawa. Hizashi, I swear to God, let me get my coffee. I have class in 2 hours. That you're not going to. We can get a sub, you should go rest. I can't, my students need to see that I'm all right. Mumzawa growled. Before it could turn into a war zone, Izuku cleared his throat. I apologize, present Mike sir, but your voice is getting rather loud. My neighbors wouldn't appreciate the noise disturbance. Izuku gently chided. Aizawa seemed to radiate smugness while Hizashi looked like someone kicked his puppy. Until he got a look at Izuku. Oh my goodness! You're the little listener Namuri keeps talking about. Izuku, right? You're even cuter in person than the pictures. Izuku was put into a hug from across the counter, wondering what his life had turned into. Pictures? He gasped, stuttering due to lack of air. Hisashi clamped up at that and chuckled nervously. While he was distracted, Izuku passed Mumzawa his coffee, nodding as the man silently swayed out the shop and toward school, not bothering to say that he gave him decaf just in case it did interfere with his medication. Once he was gone, Izuku turned his gaze to the still nervous blonde man. So, would you mind telling me what exactly got him so injured? With a bated breath, Izuku waited to see if he could be told. Hisashi paused, then nodded, talking quieter. Well, it began on a field trip, as you know. The whole day was rather sullen for Izuku after that revelation. Though not getting the full story, he got enough to piece it together. And enough to research this so-called League of Villains and Tamura Shigaraki. Eri noticed his dark mood and made sure to give him an extra hug, thinking it was her fault somehow. The two ate a special lunch to reassure her, and by the time 6 p.m. came around, life was back in Izuku's face. Not that the customers were ever let onto Izuku's mood earlier, he was too professional to let it be that obvious. When the door opened and a large group entered the cafe right after 6, Izuku expected teens or college students. Not a fair chunk of UA's teaching staff, and some gaunt man with clothes 6 sizes too large for him, led by a gushing present Mike and Midnight while they passed their phones showing a picture of what looked like him and Eri when she made them matching cat ears for online art. Izuku, so happy, agreed to wear them for an entire week. Much to his chagrin, Midnight must have taken the opportunity to snap incriminating evidence. "Welcome to our shop, how may we serve you?" he asked instead of the millions of other questions swirling through his head. "Holy Mackerel Namuri, you're right, he is like an old grandfather or host." A man Izuku knew as Vlad King from his analysis stage whispered. Izuku withheld an eye twitch while Eri came in from the kitchen with more bags of cookies and some muffins. "Nisen, look, I made some new muffins all on my own," she boasted. When she saw the frozen group at the door, she smiled and bowed. "Welcome to our shop." It took 5 minutes to get the group coherent enough to sit down and order. Pretty soon, Aizawa was sleeping on the couch while the rest crammed around tables, enjoying the sweets and coffee. Using the basic sign language he taught Eri, Izuku had the girl go grab one of his mother's crocheted blankets and drape it over the injured man. Next she managed to put her unicorn-themed noise-canceling headphones that played a soft music. Izuku figured the man could just crash there if he didn't wake up on time. It was the least he could do as a good business owner. "Midoriya-san, your tea is excellent." Nizu would be proud, Exoplasm praised, mentioning the tea-loving principle of UA. Izuku hid a blush, and just gave a refill. The next 3 hours was spent answering silly questions, mediating a fight between Namuri and Hisashi about which coffee was better, and snapping a pic of Eri drifting off to sleep in the corner of couch by Aizawa's head. Normally she would head off to bed at 8:30, and now it was past 9. In fact, it was past closing time, Izuku noted in apology to his customers. With whispered thanks, the patrons left, a mix between pro-heroes and regular patrons. Tanakajiji, normally never there till closing, lingered in front of his mother's picture on the wall. It was from their opening day at dawn, mother and son sporting wide grins. "You know, Izuku-kun," the man said while stopping at the door, "even though the lovely Inko-san has left the world, you and your kind smile makes sure she never left the shop. She's so proud of you, I just know it." With that farewell, the man went out in the night, leaving Izuku with an empty shop save for a slumbering Shoyuta Aizawa and drooling Eri. Giving a contented sigh, Izuku began the long process of cleanup. Chapter 3. Shoyuta Aizawa rarely woke up relaxed, used to nightmares from his more difficult cases. That intensified after the USJ, and Shoyuta was sure it'd take weeks for his nerves to settle. Screams of his students, cracking bones, and darkness made the cacophony of his dreams. So imagine dreaming of nothing but green fields, coffee, and unicorns? Yes, there was definitely a high-pitched voice singing about a friendly unicorn somewhere. Opening one eye, Shoyuta found himself not in his apartment, or a demented cartoon judging by the still singing voice, but in the dim coffee shop, Izuku busy brewing coffee. Sho Yuta managed, realizing he was wrapped up in a rather well-crafted crocheted blanket, and a weird weight was on his head. He tried to move, but bandages prevented it. Still, that horrid voice kept singing. Izuku looked up, noticed his predicament, and walked over, smiling. Before long he felt the weight taken off, and the world became quiet again. Ah, there you are, Shuda-san. You slept a good 12 hours, I was just about to open shop. Eri should be down soon, you should thank her, not just anyone is allowed to use her headphones. Izuku held up the offending things, drawing a groan from the older man. However, it was a short-lived one as he was given coffee and a piece of toast. Izuku just smiled as his guest got up, folding the blanket lovingly. Eri bounded down the stairs, squealing when she saw the scene. Nisen, Shuda-san. Good morning, she chirped. Izuku snorted when he saw her hair, once again growing out, sticking up everywhere. Eri, come here you wild child. You can't greet our customers like this. He'd sked and started the long process of brushing and braiding her hair. When he heard a snicker he sent a baleful look at the couch. Remember whose couch you slept on for free? He reminded. Problem child, Sho Yuta seemed to accuse. It wasn't his fault his friends left him, or that Eri put those cursed headphones on him. Seriously, did Problem Child coordinate all her possessions to be annoyingly adorable? Yes, Shuda-san? You have class in 2 hours, you should get going. The door chimed, cutting their conversation off, and in walked Tanakajiji. Welcome. Your usual, I presume? Ah, young Izuku. Yes, dark roast with 2 sugars as always. Sho Yuta slipped out silently as more customers funneled in, Eri waving by. Days pass, and with it Izuku notes the upcoming sports festival. In past years he would bring the television downstairs and have it play for the shop. Customers would flock that day, and it was always fun to serve specialty treats in celebration. Eri spent the entire time last year jumping around like a rabbit when they watched some second-year Mirio Tagato, Izuku recalled, blast away the competition. That was until the idiot lost control of his quirk and subsequently his pants right as Eri looked over. Izuku had to resist flaming the UA student to oblivion on his blog for it, though he was grateful the pantless wonder never showed up at his shop. Even if Eri insisted on meeting him. Eri, what are you doing? He asked a week before the festival as his kid sister had an entire table overrun with paper and colors. It was break so he didn't mind the mess, but her artistic tastes tended to leave a lot of interesting messes. Oh, I'm making Kirishima-san and Toshi-san some cards, to tell them to do their best and win the festival. She said seriously. Izuku quirked a brow. Really? But only one can win the festival. That stopped her. She scrunched her face up for a few moments. Then she grinned. Then I'll tell the festival to let there be 2 winners. Eri decided. Eri, that's not how it works. And why not? Because that's not how it works. Why? Because there can't be more than one first place. His patience was being tested. Why? Because, Eri, you know what, never mind. Talk to Shuda-san when he comes with the others tonight. Maybe he'll change the rules. Izuku gave in finally, not wanting to have an argument. Eri hummed happily and resumed her work. With a soft smile, Izuku turned back to his personal project, the League of Villains. So far, Izuku had created an analysis of their quirks, psychological profiles, and the beginnings of possible areas their base of operations could be. However, the supposed leader, Shigaraki Tamura, bugged him. The man clearly didn't have enough charm to actually be the leader, and he was so obviously a puppet. So then why was whoever was actually in charge allowing a loser, to be honest, run the organization? Something didn't add up, and it was driving Izuku's need for answers up the wall. The rest of the afternoon is spent giving service to their few customers and watching Eri continue her efforts. By the time 6 came around, she had made cards for the teachers as well. Secretly Izuku sighed, knowing all the glitter she added would be a pain to clean that evening, but unable to bring himself to make her stop. Customers loved watching the bright child create in a corner table, so who was he to stop her on a slow day? Yo listeners! We need some serious caffeine and treats. A familiar mop of blonde hair shrieked. Most of the usual crowd, does coming twice as a group count as usual, Izuku mused, sauntered in with tired smiles from preparing for the next week. Mumzawa grumbled as he came in, still looking like he belonged in a tomb despite the obvious improvements. Problem child. Shoyuta greeted. You know, I'm not a child, Shuda-san. I do own a business. Izuku deadpanned while carrying a tray filled with cups of coffee and tea. The tables were filled, though Snipe seemed a bit weirded out by the glitter on Aries' former base. Thankfully, she was upstairs washing her hair after paint got in it somehow. Despite those stupid laws, you're still a child to me. Shoyuta shot back while lifting his cup. Those stupid laws let you get the best coffee in this city every morning. The green genius pointed out. Nemuri chimed in. Yeah, but Izuku-in, don't you want a normal teenaged life? You know, high school and girls. She teased. Cementos slapped a hand over his mouth. It wasn't a secret amongst the staff that Midnight thought she should get Izuku a girlfriend from Yue before he turned into a prude, well more than he already was. Present Mike had heard from Eri that he was still griping about the Mirio boy and his birthday suit mishap. I haven't been in a physical school since I was 10. School wasn't the kindest place for me, Izuku admitted. A blind man Izuku was used to came in, eagerly accepting his to-go order of cookies and jasmine tea, leaving in the time it took the UA staff to gather their thoughts. They didn't seem to want to address the elephant in the room, so instead Midnight pointed to the laptop resting on a shelf by the register. Hey, you don't normally have that thing here. Are you doing another one of your secret projects? Everyone perked up at that. Through their various solo and group visits, they all found something that really made them curious about Midoriya. His projects. Mutterings, whispers about heroes or villains. Perhaps, he said with the same cryptic smile he always had. What a cryptic bastard, several staff thought, just wanting to know what even went on in his head. You're here. An adorable squeal said from the door to the back and rushed Present Mike, hugging him. Somehow, he had become her unofficial favorite, and Izuku doubted it had to do with the merch he'd sneak her. In her hand was the messy pile of cards. What's this, little listener? Hisashi asked. A gift. For all of you. She passed each of the heroes a personalized card, much to their delight. She even had one for Yagi-san, who could only sip on some light tea as he coughed up blood. It didn't deter the child, however, and she smiled at him all the same. It made him proud, knowing his sister could look past the outside scars to see the beauty of a person. While they gushed over them, were those rocks glued to Cementos's card. Izuku turned his attention to a sullen-looking man in his 30s, nursing a cup at a table. You know, they say that stewing over a problem on an empty stomach just makes it worse. Izuku pondered quietly and set down a croissant stuffed with turkey in front of the coffee. The man looked up, slightly puffy eyes and rumpled business jacket. I can't accept. I can't pay for this, he insisted with a sniffle. Izuku only smiled. On the house. I find just letting good food do its work makes things easier to face. I lost my job 6 months ago. But I couldn't tell my wife, we have 3 children. So, I've been trying to find work anywhere before our savings run out, but no one wants to hire a quirkless man with a degree in fashion. A useless skill. He said dejectedly, and Izuku felt for him. Truthfully, I can't even pay for this coffee, I just stumbled in after I failed again. Well, maybe life will start to look up soon? Who knows, maybe tonight you'll get a job offer, or something will fall into your lap. The greenette said with a wink, ignoring the scoff from the man. Either way, enjoy the coffee, on the house as well, before you leave. Yeah. The bewildered man finally muttered. No one but Shoyuta noticed Izuku slip out, everyone, including the few regulars, absorbed in their drinks and company. He went through the back way that connected him to the tailor's shop 3 stores down. Knocking on the entrance to the store's back room, knowing Kurama-san would still be working, Izuku smiled as the slightly annoyed man answered the door. What do you want, Midoriya? He grouched, though to be fair he was like that with everyone. Ever since his wife died years ago, the man worked to the bone alone, as most didn't want to be under a man who could snip you with his scissor fingers, Rumors were they could go through steel. I need a favor, Izuku said bluntly. A certain man in a rough place needs a job, and… No, Lee cut him off. He has a degree in fashion, Izuku continued like the interruption didn't happen. So? Some goody two-shoes fashion hotshot. No. He's quirkless. And? Why does that matter? He has 3 kids at home and they're desperate. I'm sure he'd work very hard. Izuku promised. Lee seemed to contemplate it before shaking his head. I don't want to waste my time paying somebody who has to be taught the ways of MY store style, nor care for sob stories. Find someone else. This caused Izuku to clench his fists, but he still pulled out the envelope that normally rested in a secure safe. Here is 3 months' wages for him. Pay him off of this, so you get free labor essentially. If he doesn't perform after that time or if he's scared of your quirk, you can fire him. Just give him a chance. This could be his only hope. Arg fine. You annoying Midoriyas never know when to keep to your business. Lee threw his hands in the air and grabbed the thick envelope. You going to introduce us? Just look for a rumpled suit and tired brown eyes coming out of my shop soon. What's his name at least? Not a clue, Izuku admitted with a shrug. Oh, and Lee-sen? Shiny yet poisonous green eyes met wrinkled gray ones. Yes, pest? Don't tell him about this conversation. The air grew thick, before suddenly breaking with Izuku's smile. Okay. Why? All right. Never would Lee admit those eyes terrified him since Inko Midoriya discussed him not smoking in the shop years ago and forced him to become clean. Arriving back to the shop to hear Present Mike fail at singing the U.S. national anthem to Eri, everyone else covering their ears, Izuku slipped in unnoticed, waving a goodbye to the still dejected man. He hoped his life turned out well and that one day he'd be able to drink the Midoriya coffee with happy eyes. Should-a-san. Change the rules for the festival. Eri suddenly pipes up, bringing Izuku back to reality with a bark of laughter at the poor man's predicament. Yeah, Shoyuta, can't the oh-so-great teacher of 1A change the rules? Vlad King snickered, bringing some sort of rivalry into the conversation. Asahi Rei was one of the many poor saps desperately needing work. Being quirkless didn't used to be too bad when he was in college. So, he went after his dreams, only to fail. Instead he got an office job, only to lose it when the new CEO did major cuts. 6 months later and nothing. Asahi wondered if perhaps he should have begged the coffee shop kid for a job. Then again, the brat probably just took pity on him and gave stupid empty condolences. It's not like the jerk gave him a job or anything. Working at a coffee shop wouldn't be too bad, but the kid probably didn't want someone quirkless there for liabilities. Insurance companies had higher rates for business with quirkless people because of them being weak in accidents. Walking down the road, 2 shops down, a tailor's, how lovely, an old man struggled with a box. Well, you going to help, brat? The man demanded after Asahi stared at him for a minute. With a start, he hurriedly picked the box up and carried it inside. After it was done, he turned to the door to leave, spotting a "Help Wanted" written in Sharpie on a napkin taped to the door. It was a sloppy job if Asahi ever saw one. Sir?" He gulped and tried to point to the sign. The man grunted. "You're hired. Be here at 6 sharp or I'll fire you." "W it." Asahi shrieked, not catching on. "Oh, what's your name?" "For paperwork." "Asahi Rei, sir." "But, before you hire me," he winced at his honesty. "I'm quirkless." A beat of silence met them. Asahi half expected an apologetic dismissal. "So? Doesn't matter if you're quirkless or if All Might's stupid-ass quirk manifested in you. Show up at 6 am or else." Yes, sir." Asahi bowed, true happiness in his heart. Who knew that stupid kid with the coffee could tell fortunes? Maybe that's his quirk. Soon it was time to bid goodnight, with Eri asleep upstairs and all tabs closed. Izuku and the very done Shoyuta Aizawa were the last ones in the shop, Shoyuta drinking a jelly packet while Izuku cleaned. "You went out," Shoyuta said casually. And did something about that man." "I have no idea what you mean, Shuda-san." Izuku batted innocent eyes. Shoyuta snorted. "Yeah, and Hizashi can sing." Dual shudders ran up their spines at the memory of him singing tonight. Eri is looking forward to watching the festival. You're commentating, right? Change of topics, success. Unfortunately. By the way, here. 2 tickets hit his face, and Izuku looked at the very expensive VIP passes for the festival. We requested for those to be given out so you could go. I know you'll like getting an up-close and personal look at how your analysis improved my students' quirks so far. He mumbled the last part. Tears sprung to Izuku's eyes. Show you to... I can't accept these. You know that these cost so much. Besides, I have a shop to run. Just come for the 3rd round, it starts at 3. You can have your morning earnings and then get out for the afternoon. Also, Nizu wants to meet you. He's the one that approved the tickets. He'll be coming with us next time here, so be cautious about Dikairu. That made Izuku pause. While it wouldn't be too bad if the super-intelligent mammal knew about Dikairu, he honestly didn't want that kind of attention on his family. If Nizu went through one of his famous spells of digging into every crevice of what intrigued him, Izuku didn't want to know what he would be able to dig up on Ares or his past. While the papers would more than likely stand up to scrutiny, there was always a really low chance of them not. Very well then, I'll welcome him like any other guests, Izuku finally monotoned. This caused the older male's eyebrow to raise, but he dropped it. He waved and left the boy to his cleaning. Going through old boxes shouldn't make his lungs this filled with dust, Izuku decided. But Izuku wanted to pull out some photos of their family for her online school's family tree project. His mother had an old scrapbook filled with photos of her, her family, and various friends she made. Izuku never bothered to look through it. In his mind, it was always him and his mother. His father left and grandparents disowned them. Why should he bother looking at their faces then? Old gun safety manual, bike handle, a dented kettle. The book. Izuku cheered. He wiped off the cover and began to flip through it, planning on just grabbing a few pictures each. Page after page were sappy childhood ones of his mother, she really was beautiful even then, to her adult life. Nothing unusual until one picture shook. His foundation. There was his mother at what appeared to be her wedding. Getting a dance, with a familiar body of suit and purple mist. Just to be sure, he looked on the back to see the names of the people in the photo. Midoriya-chan and Kurojuri-kun having a dance of friendship at the lovely Inko's wedding. Blood ran ice cold. What was his mother doing dancing with one of Japan's most wanted? The next day was Shinsu's day to work before the festival, something Eri was ecstatic about. She was spending the day making her own analysis book, like Izuku's in preparation. It apparently had to have stickers on every page. To be honest, the Greenette was glad she was upstairs while he stayed mainly in the back. Shinso ran the front, though it was a rather slow day. After finding that photo, Izuku hadn't had time to look into it more as the shop and Aries school demanded him, meaning troubling thoughts loomed in his head. Logically, he knew his mother, knew some people. But those were distant things, people he never really cared about or affected his life negatively. But Kurojuri was someone who tried to kill Aizawa, Shinso, and Kirishima. The man helped run what was becoming one of the most dangerous organizations in the underground if dark web chatter were to be believed. His thoughts grew darker, wondering if his mother ever did a favor and received one from him, or if their coffee shop was possible because of that man. His thoughts were pushed aside as he put on a fake smile, bringing fresh cookies to the display counter. No one was in the shop except Shinso, who looked downtrodden. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked, keeping the sigh out of his voice. He just wanted to tear into every file from his mother's old workplaces and find out what Kurojuri had to do with anything. "Nothing, boss." Shinso flustered but gave in at the unimpressed raised eye. "It's just that. My quirk." "It's an excellent quirk, yes. To you, but what about at the festival? We have to compete in front of thousands, with all the pros looking for talent. What happens when they see my quirk and think I'm a villain in the making? That I'll use it on them and not a bad guy?" "They won't," the Greenette said simply. "You don't know that, boss. It's always happened in the past. Even in Aizawa's class there have been a few vocal ones. I have friends now, but I still don't want the world against me. Shinsu-kun. Look at me, Izuku ordered, making their gazes meet. The past is the past. Do not let someone's past, even your own, overshadow the present. Will there be mockers? Yes, everyone is human. We all make mistakes and have dark patches on our souls from our pasts, even All Might, I bet. But that doesn't mean everyone lets those dark patches define them. If you go out there with your head held high and be a hero, most people will look past your quirk's surface-level potential and see the hero inside. I know you are. That Eri and Kirishima knows you are. By the end, tears are starting to fall down the purple-haired boy's cheeks and he nods. You're right, boss. I'm going to show them all I'm a hero. That's the spirit. Izuku praises before leaving the shop for a quick errand, somehow head feeling lighter. Though he did still have to research his mother's connection with Kurogyri, it could be a lead. But no matter how his shop came to be, it was still the same place. A meeting spot for those in a tough spot needing guidance and a good cup of coffee. Oh, and cookies, of course. Chapter 4. Tucking in Eri the night before the festival had been a special kind of hell, so Izuku was on his own for the morning shift at the shop. His adorable little sister had not stopped playing till after midnight, much to Izuku's dismay. Now he had to deal with customers fretting over where their little unicorn was. Are you sure she's not sick? Green Bean, what if the little listener has a cold? Or the flu? Or what if she has some flesh-eating virus that makes her sleepy? Hisashi Yamada's loud fretting was cut off by Shuta's boot to the head. Instantly the yellow-haired man was bound by the capture scarf while its user sighed. You're such a child, Hisashi. The kid stayed up too late is all. Problem child has already promised she's fine and will be up for the stupid festival. Shoyuta growled. A muffled screeching was his answer. Yamada-san, the shop owner sighed as the man was trying to make Izuku more informal with him like with Shoyuta. Eri was just excited about seeing everyone today. She spent 3 hours picking out the plushie to take with her after I limited her to one. Apparently, it was a tie between the present Mike plushie and her unicorn. Izuku deadpanned. Immediately the blonde was out of his bounds and shaking the young shopkeeper. Izuku-kawaii, you're too cruel. She should be able to take as many plushies as she wishes. What if they want to watch the festivities too? Then they can watch it on the TV while we're gone. I'm letting it stay on despite it being a waste of electricity. Besides, she's taking her unicorn plushie with her. At least she decided on her favorite. Izuku didn't notice Shuta's smirk and Hisashi's soul leaving his body. As she didn't pick the present Mike one? He tried to wheeze out through tears. Izuku raised a brow. No, apparently her unicorn is the bestest of the best. It's to be expected, of course. After all, here Izuku leaned down to stage whisper. It was the first animal I ever got her. Eri said that as her favorite person, I get the honor of seeing my gift to her be carted around at the festival. Adorable, right? Izuku gave a shit-eating grin, proud that he was still the coolest despite Eri now knowing several heroes. If he was hero, he hoped he'd have been her favorite one as well. Stupid familial privileges? Midoriya? No. Izuku, let me adopt Eri. Hell no, was the instantaneous reply. Go get your own sister complex. So you admit you have one, Shoyuta snorted. And proud of it. Now take your coffee and shoo. The pair left, one dragging the other in a scarf, making Izuku shake his head. Several customers chuckled at the sight but didn't comment on the owner's muttering of protection plans against potential sister snatchers. The shop was cleaned and shut, ready to be open the next day, though perhaps he'd hold a dinner for Shinso and Kirishima if they wished tonight, and Izuku was just tapping his foot impatiently, waiting for Eri. Wearing an old shirt as he didn't have many instances where he wasn't wearing his work uniform, Izuku made a mental note of groceries they could pick up after the events. Eri, come on. We have to leave now if we don't want to be late. Coming. Eri shouted after a moment and hopped down the stairs. What are you wearing? He asked. Midnight boots, eraser head pants and scarf, and were those yellow swim goggles peeking out. Present Mike jacket over what looked like one of Izuku's old work shirts, an exoplasm face mask to the side of a purple wig, and her unicorn stuffed inside his old All Might backpack. She waved at him with her notebook, hands in fingerless gloves that said, manly. Various hero stickers decorated her notebook she was taking. "We're going to see everyone, so I wanted to cheer them on," she said seriously. "I had to wear something from everyone. Kiri-chan and Hito-chan even got me a wig and gloves." Izuku silently held up his phone and took a picture. Sliding it away, he moved to pick her up, but Eri's next few sentences made him hug her instead. "I even got my favorite hero here." Oh, who? Eraserhead. Only logical, as he had the most being represented, though Izuku was sure Present Mike had wormed his way into her heart. "No, silly. You obviously." She pointed to the way too big white shirt and tie. Tears watered his eyes. "I'm your favorite hero?" he whispered while hugging his sister. "But you saved me after all, even if I'm not allowed to tell people about it. You're my hero." They left 5 minutes late, but Izuku didn't care as he openly cried. Shoyuta Aizawa was so done with this commentator thing, already planning revenge on his friend for this. They were finishing up lunch in the booth when both their phones went off, showing the group chat Namuri set up with all of them and Izuku. All the teachers, including All Might, Toshinori, Aizawa reminded himself, though Izuku didn't know that, were in the chat, save Nizu. It was originally so that the brat could ask for help if need be, but so far it's been used for memes and hell as Namuri shared pictures of his past that problem child had no business seeing. But the picture currently staring at him? It was instantly going in the print and put copy on desk folder. "OMG shoulda. Look at this. Eri-chan looks like me." Hizashi gushed, earning an eye twitch from Shoyuta. "Look closer, idiot, she's clearly wearing more of my outfit." He would deny he sounded smug at that. It appears he was Eri's favorite hero. Stupid Izuku, he had to ruin it. Hizashi muttered in fake anger. Shoyuta quirked a brow but looked at the messages. "Midnight, Alwu, what a cutie. She wanted to dress up for us? Coffee hero. My little sister says to have a great time and that she'll be cheering everyone on, even you, Shuda-sen. Exoplasm, I approve of her mask. Power loader. Wait, why don't I have any merch being represented? I thought I was her favorite hero. Stupid yellow rabbit, I'm sure young Eri has no favorite. Bane of my existence, no way. Little listener says I'm her favorite. Right, Izuku? Coffee hero, hee about that? Midnight, RIP power loader, I'm her favorite though, right? Or maybe Shoyuta, even if he is a grump. Coffee hero, she said I'm her favorite hero, she even wore my first work shirt and tie. And don't worry, we've already bought bracelets of every teacher today, so she's wearing your stuff, guys. Attached was a short video of Eri jumping up and down while holding a unicorn-shaped milkshake screaming, "NASN's my favorite. Best hero. Best hero." The chat started blowing up constantly after that. Shoyuta ended up having to take his friend's phone away so they could actually commentate. The siblings watched the matches with much cheering and happiness. Well, unless someone got hurt, then Eri cried. Sitting in the VIP section was a blast, and oftentimes one of the teachers would pop in to chat with Eri or bring her merchandise. Already Izuku was dreading the walk home with all the bags. During most of the matches, Izuku took notes on the quirks of 1A, trying to find ways to improve them further. For certain matches, however, he observed with rapt attention, Eri just as focused. "Go, Hito-chan!" Eri screamed while leaning on the railing. Hitoshi looked up and gave a timid smile. He was facing off against Katsuki, much to Izuku's dismay. Katsuki Bakugu was someone the Greenette seldom thought about, and when he did it was with mixed feelings. On one hand, his former neighbor and friend was just a child when he bullied Izuku and could have matured. On the other, Izuku still had scars. He knew Katsuki would be in the festival. He did make a detailed analysis for him like the others, but wasn't sure how seeing his old friend and bully after 5 years would go. They never did have closure after all. Izuku was pulled out the same day of his mother's doctor appointment and they moved to the store a week later. Sure, the place was leaky and they had to shower in the community gyms for a couple months during repairs, but they still moved. He remembers his mother blocking Mitsuki's number when she kept trying to call them, saying she shouldn't have to talk to someone who raised a monster. When Katsuki tried to call Izuku, she changed his number, not wanting that part of their lives to follow them. While Izuku was musing, the fight started with a bang. Hitoshi, obviously receiving more training from Aizawa with the quick jabs aimed at Katsuki's throat, jumped back from explosions. The explosion user socked him in the jaw when the purple-haired teen tried to antagonize him for a few minutes while dodging. Without a word, the angry-looking blonde swung Hitoshi out of the ring and into the wall. Said purplet collapsed in a heap. Eri immediately started crying. And an Isen, what happened to Hito-chan? Is he going to die? She sobbed. It didn't help matters when their friend was carried off the arena on a stretcher while blood dried on the wall. Izuku hugged his sister and wiped her face. Would seeing him make you feel better? He asked, wincing internally after she nodded as he sent a text asking the teachers for their assistance. Yagi-san thankfully promised to come pick them up and take them to the infirmary. The enigma of a man that even Izuku couldn't find anything on was a real lifesaver. Soon they were walking to visit the purple-haired teen, Yagi making small talk. So, usually he didn't speak to the shop user. The young man was known to just bring his herbal tea and accept payment quietly, allowing Toshinori to absorb the lively shop his coworkers dragged him to. Of course he thought the shopkeeper was an amazing person, which is why he kept his distance. A young business owner who appeared quite happy with his life didn't need All Might to barge in and drag him down one for all's bloody path of tragedy. The young man was a good candidate for the quirk, intelligent, brave, and known for helping anyone without a second thought. If only the kid had decided to even go to a high school. But maybe he should give it a go? Get Nizu to recommend the boy test in and talk to him? Could he do that, even if he had to find a successor soon? Toshinori shook his head vigorously and dismissed the thought as the siblings crowded around the young Shinso, much to Recovery Girl's annoyance. He'd leave them out of this. Bringing those siblings into his fight was too cruel, and the boy made the right choice in not being a hero. Even with a quirk it was hell, and without one, it wouldn't be worth it. I swear, you're headed for an early grave if you're not careful. Izuku admonished as Shinso looked sheepish. Most of his injuries were healed, but he had a broken arm that was still sore and would take a week to get to be 100%. He was instructed to rest while Recovery Girl prepared some more gummies, meaning the siblings who made his world better were there to entertain him. I know, boss. I'm sorry, I just got so angry. He refused to talk, even though he always insults everyone. What did you even say? I haven't seen him get that angry since. Izuku trailed off. Hitoshi blinked but filed away the information that his boss knew the bully of 1A away for later. Neither boy noticed Eri's eyes going blank as she rested a hand on the cast. He said that he was a villain, that he should have joined a villain group since his attitude would fit right in. Izuku sucked in a breath. I know that was low, but I just wanted to win. No matter what I do, I'm still behind a lot of classmates combat-wise. I just wanted to prove I deserve to be in the class. You do deserve it, I promise. Already heroes are praising your first 2 rounds and your matches. You might get some great internship offers, but for now we should probably go watch Kirishima's match. I'll see you tonight for dinner to celebrate getting into the 3rd round. Why, that sounds good, Ao. A light enveloped Hitoshi's form before receding back into Eri's horn. When it left, Hitoshi was healed, all his bruises and cuts gone. What was that? He squeaked. Izuku's face was pale. This was exactly what he didn't want to happen. Eri's quirk, from their very few experiments, was powerful. It was good, but potentially able to cause many questions and accidents. Just ask that to the mouse she erased from existence last month. They were going slow, but with the investigations on the League of Villains, Izuku hadn't had time to help her train. He was planning on paying Shoyuta to tutor her secretly. Having such a powerful quirk without training would cause way too many questions, and Izuku didn't want Eri to be put under that mess. Not when the dark web described the man behind the League as someone who could steal and give quirks. The man his mother offered to have helped him years ago with his quirkless dilemma. With Eri's quirk, he didn't want to risk piquing his interest. Shinsu-kun, Izuku whispered. The room went cold as he stared at his employee. I need a favor. Hitoshi sat next to his boss and his boss's sister, pale as a ghost yet oddly not terrified. Sure, everything from his life and manhood to reputation had been threatened if he ever told a soul about Eri's quirk without Izuku's permission, but the worker still held utter loyalty to the greenette. Besides, it's not like he would ever betray his boss. And hiding his healed wounds, and sneaking out of the infirmary, had made him feel like a ninja, who knew his boss could jump 2 stories with Eri on his back and still look epic. Ooh, Kiri-chan is winning. Eri pointed to the ring, where Kirishima and someone named Tetsu started arm wrestling. Honestly, Izuku wondered about his former employee sometimes. When the redhead expertly proved his manliness by driving Tetsu in the ground, Eri screamed in happiness. Izuku joined in, as did Hitoshi, though more reluctantly. Do you think he'll make it in the next round? He's fighting Bakugo of all people. Hitoshi commented dryly. Eri looked up as her brother hummed. No. It will be a good fight, but I know Katsuki, he'll pull through. This got Eri to tear up. I don't want Kiri-chan to fight that Mine. He's the bully you talked about. Now the older boy regretted telling his sister even the scrap of information on his school days. Why must all his bedtime stories be used against him? First it was where babies come from, and now she was spilling tea to his worker. Bully? Now Hitoshi was interested. Rarely did Izuku talk about his childhood, much less about bullies. Yes, I used to call him Kachin, and he called me a less kind name. When we opened the shop, we moved and that was that. He was a bully, but he has the potential to be a fantastic hero. I doubt that. He's a violent jerk. Now, just because he isn't likable, doesn't mean he's irredeemable. I've known that since the first time he picked on me. And Eri, quit pouting and enjoy the matches. Matches pass quietly, as Izuku fills up a notebook with coded analysis on each contestant, knowing Shoyudo would want them later. Hitoshi dozed in the next seat, Eri sitting in his lap with her own book. Hey Nisan? Can you help me do the notebook of that plant girl? I'm no good at it like you are. Izuku smiled in response as he wrote. Of course. Remember what I told you about setting up an analysis page? Start with a bare-bones map of the quirk. Before you do the small details. Little did the trio know that a certain principal had the booth bugged, finding the entire interaction fascinating. Izuku Midoriya, you have my attention. Nizu smirked from his own booth while sipping tea. Bakugo blocked Kirishima's attack, sending an explosion to the side as a distraction. His classmate's drive was inspiring, he admitted, even if Bakugo knew he'd come out on top. And he did. Like always, he beat his opponent in the ground. But like every time since he disappeared, it seemed boring. No one could make his blood boil like him. Nobody dared look down on Bakugo's power. If only the nerd hadn't left. Katsuki Bakugo would never admit it aloud, but he secretly wished his old friend was watching him. The finals of the festival sent shockwaves, literally, through the stadium. Bakugo looked peeved when he won against the Todoroki boy, Izuku noticed. When he stood on the stage steaming and spit on the first-place medal All Might gave him, Izuku knew something was wrong. More so than usual with his former friend turned bully turned stranger. Too bad it wasn't any of his business. Curse his curious mind. Now it was just Izuku and Eri, the former carrying the ladder and all their bags back to the shop. He had enjoyed himself greatly, as did the younger greenette, but now it was time for a nap before dinner with his worker and former worker. It was the afternoon after the sports festival at UA, and Kurojairi cleaned another glass absently, hoping it would get his dark thoughts to go away. Tamura was once again negotiating with some villain for an alliance, this time a rather rude man by the name of Stain. It was rather remarkable, really, that Inko had ever put up with the man during her own colorful past before Izuku was born, even if the man wasn't a murderer then. Or how she could stand dealing with him online. The vigilante was crude, rude, and unintelligent. Kurojairi was just thankful the boy Izuku was never in the shadows like Inko and he were, or are, in his unfortunate case. Thoughts drifted to Inko's child, and how he was running a lucrative coffee shop while raising that orphan child. Kurojairi was just happy he could help his former friend out one last time. Especially after what she did for him 5 years ago, knowing the hell it would bring down on her if anyone ever found out. But that was the kind of person Inko Midoriya was. Kind to a fault but willing to shake hands with demons in order to protect her kind. After all, she dealt with him. It was the least he could do to give her offspring a normal life. One not involved with the convoluted plan to bring change to the world, a change Kurogiri wasn't sure he wanted. But one he was committed to. While a former friend of his mother regretted everything yet nothing, a green-haired youth resisted the urge to wipe the smile off his own face. His normally peaceful shop, known for happiness and good coffee, was now a potential war zone. And it was all thanks to his former employee dragging in a super awesome manly friend. Welcome, Kirishima and Katsuki Bakugo. What can I get you? How about an explanation? Where you been, Deku? Ni-san, we're out of cat paw cookies. Eri walked into the main area of the shop, quieting down at the tense atmosphere. Izuku sighed, and figured this talk was coming. Perhaps a coffee would allow for a calm discussion now that they weren't children? Maybe they could come to an understanding? He did have a lot of questions about his former friend, after all. Unfortunately, there weren't customers to make sure the boy behave, but Kirishima should be enough. But don't ignore me, shitty nerd. No cursing. It's the rules. Eri puffed out her cheeks. Bakugo scowled. Don't tell me what to do, fucking brat. Suddenly, Izuku was very happy there weren't any customers in the place. It would make it easier to hide murdering the scum before him. What did you, a piece of scum not worthy of decorating the deepest pits of hell, dare say to my precious little sister I would burn the world for? The room turned icy, and Katsuki Bakugo was reminded of the time he spilled milk on some coded papers of Auntie Inko and laughed when she started crying. Meanwhile, Kirishima felt the conflicting need to simultaneously call Shinso to prevent a murder of one of his school friends and take Eri to the park before returning with the means to destroy a body. Chapter 5. Midoriya family members, both mother and son, are not openly violent people. They prefer to cry over tea and make up with an enemy over anything else. Even when retaliation is possible, they tended to go down the road of destroying reputations or ruining a corporation financially rather than physical attacks. So when Katsuki found himself hanging from the ceiling by apron strings and kitchen knives, he knew he was going to die. The brat theory, Katsuki's mind supplied from when Deku sent her outside with shitty hair, was the cause of all this. If only his mouth wasn't hardwired to be vulgar in Deku's presence. There was really only one way to make a Midoriya get physically violent, cause harm to those they viewed as family while in their presence. Katsuki knew Auntie Inko was capable of it after some low life at the park spit on Izuku and pushed him down when the 4-year-old bumped into him on the sidewalk nearby. Inko Midoriya, who showed no signs of being an assassin moments before, had the man pinned to a tree by his underwear and stabbed in the balls. From across the park, only Katsuki had seen the knife move from her purse to the man, and the sweet smile she gave him later ensured he stayed silent. It was the real reason he never bullied Izuku around his mother if he's being honest. And now Izuku was proving to be just as violent as Auntie Inko. Gulping, Katsuki idly noticed his quirk wasn't working. Where did Izuku get a quirk-suppressing apron of all things? As the green-haired boy shot him that super, sweet smile. Now that the light of my life is going out for a fun day at the park with my former employee, we're going to talk like civilized people or dash. What? You're going to stick me in closet for a timeout if I refuse? Newsflash, nerd, my mom can hit harder than you and I've fought worse. That Katsuki interrupted despite the aura in the room. If he was going to die, it was going to be with dignity. However, his former friend's eyes went blank like they did whenever he was thinking about a hero or quirk, before snapping in realization of something. How about some tea? Was the green-haired nerd's only response before Katsuki Bakugo was let down. How did he get up there in the first place? He wasn't sure. He couldn't believe it when he just willingly plopped down at a comfortable but worn wooden chair, accepting his favorite oolong tea silently. Izuku frowned at the observations he made while Bakugo drank the tea with muted enjoyment. His former friend had always been explosive, and would never have given in so easily as a child just because of a little quirk-suppressant binding apron. And did he really have to thank Midnight for that one, and Shuda-san for spending the weekend hours teaching him how to tie up a rowdy customer before they got out of hand, and scary aura? Izuku intentionally let the knot be loose, intending on just scolding him, being such a Midoriya that Satan would cry, for a while and calling Shuda-san to deal with him. If it resulted in Bakugo getting detention and apologizing to Eri? Even better. But to not even try to escape the bindings and give that half-baked retort with those connotations was worrying. Izuku knew from the first 6 months with Eri that abuse victims had certain tells for anyone daring to look. Eri herself would hunch her shoulders, pulling her sleeves down, and crawl inside small spaces to name the more obvious ones. She would ask every time he so much as gave feedback on something if she would be hit or sent back. Oftentimes she wouldn't accept praise or rewards because it wasn't the best, or I wasn't the best, no matter how good she really did. Bakugo showed his own special kind of signs that were probably there since the beginning. Extremely aggressive and standoffish behavior to those kind to him. He thought they looked down on him. When they were 5, Izuku was sure Bakugo screaming for him to stop looking down on him every time Izuku brought an extra bento, since Bakugo never seemed full, was the blonde being egotistical. Now it seemed defensive. Even now, Bakugo was eyeing the cups suspiciously like it was going to cost him something. Loud behavior, to the point of excessiveness, and seemingly craving praise. As children, his behavior was chalked up to being related to his quirk, but many children who are cast aside at home act out or become excessive to garner more attention. More and more tells, like how Bakugo almost had to be chained to the podium for the medal or used to flinch when Izuku tried having playdates at Bakugo's house before a push down the stairs stopped, that played through Izuku's keen mind. He really shouldn't get involved, he knows. He already has the mystery of his mother, a villain organization to take out, not to mention a stack of folders to deliver to Hosu in 2 weeks, since Shuda-san would be busy with the takedown of a Yakuza supplier before a new shipment arrived. Not that Shoyuda knew that Izuku was aware that Eraserhead was assigned to the case. He was the one to feed the intel last month to the police, but not using Dikairu. He couldn't let his alter ego get all the attention. No, concerned single father had called from a ratty gym before all security footage within 6 blocks were erased and a PDF was emailed to the cops. It accidentally meant, though, that Izuku was out one delivery man on top of his other duties. So he should give Bakugo a warning about talking to Eri and let him leave, knowing it wasn't his responsibility. But he couldn't. Izuku sighed to himself, not realizing it was freaking the other boy out, and smiled in a kind fashion while blocking out thoughts of what he wanted to say to the brat about Eri. Then, a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone hit. To start with, you're going to be Eri's bodyguard for the week before your internships. Izuku stated bluntly, plan already forming. What? No way am I hanging around some shitty brat dash. A fork embedded itself next to his hand. Oops. My hand must have slipped. Silly me. Izuku giggled, unnerving Bakugo to no end, face white as ash. Before I was so rudely interrupted, you will be watching my precious angel every day after school until 7 p.m. Lately I've been unable to take her to the park, much less the library for their weekly story times. You, my friend, are going to take her wherever she wants to go. I don't care if she wants to visit a hero museum, the beach, or even the Unicorn Cafe in Tokyo. You will be a gentleman and take lots of pictures of her having fun while keeping her safe. If you refuse this, the next 10 minuets of Izuku rambling were the most terrifying in the aspiring number one's life. Waving goodbye to the retreating trio the next afternoon, Kirishima needed extra money for his internship and Izuku was happy to pay for him to go with Bakugo and Eri. The analyst and coffee shop owner let his smile drop and set to work guiding Shuda-san through an earpiece, typing away at his keyboard. Yes, turn right, his bedroom should be at the end of the hall. You were right about Mitsuki, her behavior is already enough to warrant a full investigation, even without that evidence you just accidentally acquired last night. The crackling voice of his hobo accomplice came through, making Izuku suppress a nervous chuckle. Staying up till 2 a.m. going through the video feed of a security camera aimed at the front of the Bakugo house was not the wisest course of action, especially since Eri wasn't there at the shop to help out. Thankfully he had 40 minutes before the shop opened and 30 after that before it got busy. The night before had been enlightening to say the least. In the last month alone of footage Bakugo had punched by his mother when he opened the door, in full view of the footage. On the day of the USJ footage, Izuku lip-read a conversation that amounted to Bakugo, being a piece of trash and worthless son, if he was so weak and couldn't beat low-level villains despite having the highest amount of captures. Hospital records, always so easy to hack, showed 7 visits in the last 2 years, ranging from a broken collarbone, falling down the stairs, to large amounts of glass being embedded in his back on a day Izuku saw through the cameras in the neighborhood that Bakugo dodged Mitsuki's punch and flipped her off before being yanked into the house by his ear. That one was blamed on a schoolyard fight. Then it got interesting as he discovered that Masaru wasn't living with his wife anymore, as work across town made him rent an apartment, and has been since Bakugo was 9. Taking that initiative, he contacted the meek man and asked, read, bully through evidence and guilt-tripping, for him to send his wife on a surprise week-long spa trip while letting Bakugo's teachers and school conduct a child abuse case. The man himself was privately being charged with negligence and emotional abuse as Masaru hadn't done anything to stop Mitsuki, choosing to leave instead of helping or even just telling Inko. He agreed to let the investigation take off and preliminary searches. Thank God the man owned the house and thus could let police in to get enough evidence for a proper warrant in exchange for leniency. Now it was just giving Bakugo a few days of forced, airy therapy before things turned his world upside down. Problem child? Problem child, you there? Shuda's unamused voice broke him from his thoughts. He had to help get the ball rolling on this search after all. Shuda, just tell us already. Hisashi Yamada wailed while being dragged to their group's coffee shop by the infamous scarf. Nemuri seemed just as interested. I told you, the informant that set the investigation is my private contact. I'm not about to risk their identity getting leaked just to satiate you lot's stupid curiosity. Honestly, these last 3 days had drained Shoyuta Aizawa to new levels. Being woken up at 5 a.m. by a hyperactive problem child sporting circumstantial evidence that one of his students were being emotionally and physically abused, while kicking himself that he hadn't seen the signs, really should have been enough to drain him. But then being told that he was going to lead the investigation and never give problem child's involvement away yet still put the parents away would normally had done him in. But to then be told about how not only Bakugo cursed at Eri and spit in her direction before being owned by his problem child? Now that just sent Shoyuta into a vicious cycle of must-help student and must-kill brat who hurt Eri that made breathing too troublesome. And now he had to deal with his co-workers in the middle of the investigation. Welcome. Problem child's ever-chipper voice was enough for the attention to be taken off Shoyuta long enough to grab his waiting cup at the counter and curl up on the couch. Best to just let problem child deal with his co-workers and boss's annoying questions. It's the least the brat could do after dumping another case on him in the midst of another investigation into the Yakuza. If he was salty that said Yakuza supplier case came from problem child who then acted like he had no clue why Shoyuta was so tired, all the better. Meanwhile, one explosive blonde was busy keeping the laugh out of his voice while watching Kirishima be conned into buying Eri another ice cream despite knowing how Deku was going to react going past her sugar intake. This week sucked, he kept telling himself, even when it started sounding fake to his ears. Izuku blinked at the e-creature, sipping some of their famous mixed tea while sitting on his counter after the rather well-executed introduction. He knew this was coming, but between the investigation, his other projects, and work, he just wanted the rat thing to leave. But he was a host and a Midoriya. I hope you enjoy your beverage, Nizu-san. He smiled like he always did. The UA staff were busy arguing about what to get Eri for a surprise gift since she was gone still and debating who the mystery informant was. They were so absorbed that none noticed the pair in a dance of words at the counter. It is most excellent, Midoriya-san. Tell me, what's the infamous Deku doing running a coffee shop? That I have no idea what you're talking about, Izuku meekly squeaked, not liking the interested glint in Nizu's eyes. Your expression gives you away. You're good at hiding it, but I'm better. And like a shotgun, the battle of wits began between two geniuses, one a human tugging away from his dark skeletons and the other a mouse skipping right towards them. We'll see about that, Nizu-san? Poison green met beady black. He had to protect everything, especially what he found yesterday, right under the smile of his dear mother's shrine. Chapter 6. Floorboards were a funny thing in the Midoriya family. Throughout his childhood, Izuku remembered his mother teaching him the best method to hide important things in them and where to look for said items. By the time he was 6, it wasn't uncommon to find a loose board booby-trapped for him to unlock treasure inside as an incentive. He should have known that his mother would find a way to keep something important under one of the boards, even if he was sure he'd checked it for signs of being tampered with after her death. That's why he really shouldn't have been surprised to find his mother's missing diary under the floorboard in front of her ashes. The journal was the missing piece he had been looking for weeks, and feeling the board slam into his face after stepping on it totally didn't make him cry. It totally did. Trembling hands read the note on the inside cover, dated just a week before she died. Dear Izuku, my time is short. Each passing day I feel my energy drain and my life fade. Soon the day will come for you to be on your own. No, not on your own. You have the shop, your freedom, and now you have Eri. Take care of her, Izuku. You gave up your dream for her without hesitation. Though you may think you're nothing, you're a hero, in both mine and that little girl's eyes. I should wrap this up, as Mai will has my full letter of regret and love for you. By the time you read this I'll be dead. The board had a trigger on it with a timer set to unlock sometime after you turned 15. I bet you had a surprise when it became loose. I have a feeling you cried when it hit you in the face, so much like myself. Anyways, inside is everything I did. It's not all pretty, Izuku. If I could, I'd ask for you to not read it, especially what I did to earn Eri's new identity. But I can't. There are people out there who would use your ignorance against you, people who know everything I've done. So, my son, read and see what your mother allowed herself to become. I've accepted that you'll hate me afterwards. But that's okay. Know that no matter what you do after reading my journal, that I will always love you from the bottom of my heart. I could never hate you, Mom. Izuku whispered while cradling the book close to his chest. In the early morning light, a grieving boy began to unravel the mystery that was Inko Midoriya. Why must humans be so cruel? My sweet parents who once held me close and spoiled me, kicked me out as soon as I told them about Hisashi and my baby. They had never been this angry, even when my nightly activities from high school came out. Who knew breaking the law was less of a disgrace than a pregnancy? Honestly, it isn't my fault the bastard broke the protection and now we're bringing a little life into the world. In order to save face for my future child, I did something I promised I'd never do. I married someone I don't love. Hisashi seems nice enough, but Sho warned me at our wedding that the man wasn't to be trusted. I scoffed at my former partner, thinking the man was harmless. He is just a businessman, and I am a former vigilante and one of the best information analysts on the web. Izuku stopped there with a gasp. His mother was a vigilante. His sweet, doughy mother? And an analyst? Well, that last one was believable as her online writing, freelancing always brought favors and the analyst, Green Viper, stopped working around the time their shop opened. The user was less moral than Izuku was in their posts and frequently sold to both sides depending on the past. And yet those skills were being used so differently now. He remembered his mother walking him through the bare bones of how to break down situations and people at the same age most children practiced reading comprehension. At the time he assumed, as all children do, it was just for his future as a hero or something. Well, it certainly aided his future in the end. Figuring he'd dwell on that later, and find out which vigilante his mother was exactly, Izuku pressed on. The next entry was dated almost a year later, right after his birth. Izuku joined us several months ago. He's the most perfect baby in the world. I can already tell he'll do something amazing, and it's not just my motherly love speaking. Every time I look at his blotchy face, hope fills me. It's like my past doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the people I killed, or that Hisashi is a villain. That's right, the man hangs around those I used to hunt. Then again, am I any better? Vigilantes are illegal, and I killed 12 villains in my time. Promising to never kill again does nothing for my guilt. Every face haunts me, until I see my Izuku. He's so innocent. I promised myself I'd keep him out of my world, never let him see the delinquent his mother was. Never let him see the Green Viper who just last week ruined a Yakuza boss's rival for enough money to settle hospital bills, and who gleefully thanked the man for promising her a favor whenever she wished. In the end I'm just a different kind of villain than Hisashi, aren't I? Will Izuku be like his parents? No, Izuku must grow up pure. If only I'd listened to Sho, though. Hisashi knows about my past and threatened to post my vigilante identity if I told anyone about his friends. The man thought I didn't know about him. Maybe I should have killed him quietly. No, chances are his murder would bring to many questions, and I promised never to kill again. Asking Sho to kill him would feel like I failed, like I can't even manage my own problems. Turning the page was another entry, this time from around the time Izuku turned 2. Hisashi left on a job in the States. Izuku cried for a couple of days, but I was relieved. We made a deal that he stays away and sends money in exchange for me not telling anyone. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, as our respective skeleton-filled closets are always ready to swallow us if we let our guard down. Oh, Izuku is crying again for that silly All Might video. Doesn't he realize he won't be like All Might? Izuku blinked, but the grind at the next statement. He's going to be 1,000,000 times better. Hearing Eri starting to wake up, Izuku continued reading at a faster pace, before arriving at an entry towards the back, dated soon after that horrid doctor appointment. It's official, I'm a monster. There's no redemption for me now, helping save that man for Izuku to get a quirk. How can I look Izuku in the eyes knowing I helped find and kidnap the infamous Fate Breaker? This is bad, but when Sho called, I couldn't turn him down. He was my rock, my crush as a child, my partner. Dr. Fate Breaker, the only reason the Yakuza remained in power in northern Japan during the rise of heroics. His quirk, known to be some kind of ultimate healing ability, managed to heal anyone of any injury, including himself, with just water, hence the moniker Fate Breaker. The man had been in hiding, and was employed by every Yakuza syndicate while evading police like a slippery snake. Izuku's mother had him do a report about what he thought happened to the doctor when everyone else thought he died. Looks like his prediction of kidnapping was right. I couldn't say no when Sho called crying, begging for a favor to save his sensei. Sho and Inko, the unstoppable vigilantes, taking down 5 crime rings when they were barely that was us. That was me. That was Sho. But then he left to follow that man, the man known to steal quirks and torture people for enjoyment. I washed my hands of him when Izuku was born. But then he called. And I caved. Using Green Viper, I pinpointed where the Chinese heritage Yakuza surgeon, Dr. Fate Breaker, had retired to and helped Sho kidnap him. I helped hold the monster down while the dying boogeyman Sho served ripped the quirk out. And when the boogeyman used a 500-liter bucket to make himself unstoppable again despite that wound from All Might, I bowed and left to make katsudon for Izuku. All I could think about was about using it to make Izuku happy. Again, I am a monster. As I write this, even my tears can't hide the joy and disgust I felt at seeing my old friend, though he fell so low. Sho Kurojiri, why did you ask me to sell my soul? And why did I say yes? After that last line, Izuku had dropped the journal like it was full of hot coals. Spending the next 30 minutes puking bile as Eri cried thinking he was dying, Izuku had processed what he learned. His mother was a vigilante, a hacker, an analyst, a helper of villains. She helped and seemed to love the man who was after his friends, no, family's lives. Sho Kurojiri, of course he should have connected the dots about the friend she'd sigh about when he was younger. She would tell about her first love, how they didn't get together because of some big fight about his choices, but that in the end, they were the same. It all clicked. And a villain that fought, yet survived, All Might and could steal quirks? She helped him. Mom, what do I do? It had taken the rest of the day to calm Eri down and assure her that no, he wasn't dying, just shocked about something. The little girl looked awfully interested in what that something was, but a quick reminder that some secrets are dangerous made her nod her head solemnly. Now here he was, staring down a being with the intelligence and influence to tear his world apart. It didn't matter what secrets Nizu uncovered, Eri, the Yakuza, the connection many villains, much less Sho Kurojiri, any of them would end his happy life of stability with Eri. You may be good at hiding your expressions, but I'm better, Nizu had told him. That scared Izuku to no end. He had forced himself to be neutral, but it wouldn't work if any micro-expression gave him away. More tea. Izuku offered in the privacy of the kitchen, keeping an ear out for the door chime or customers requesting more coffee. Yes, please, the rumors of your brewing prowess are not without base. If anything, they under-exaggerate your mastery to the craft. Nizu praised. The greenette gave a pleasant smile. You flatter me. I'm but a simple, quirkless business owner while you're a principal to a prestigious academy. A tactic his mother taught him. Flatter while providing an avenue for the customer to brag about themselves. It will lead them away from unpleasant topics. I know your strategy, Izuku-kun. I can call you that, right? I know so much about you from my staff it feels as if I've come here multiple times instead of this being my debut. Of course, Nizu-san. Anything for a customer. And I am rather confused as to what strategy you're referring to. I never attended high school, so my uncultured brain has to be reminded of things. Internally, Izuku was panicking while going through any other ways he could distract Nizu from basically anything. And yet you graduated at 12 from middle school and are the reason Kirishima-kun hasn't failed out of school yet if the rumor mill is to be believed. Yes, Kirishima tends to run his mouth and exaggerate what his boss can do. Normally I'd agree, but even the bright Shinsu-kun talks about you leading him through every big assignment they've had so far. Don't sell yourself short, Izuku-kun. Like you do with the media, Annie? Izuku countered, pointing to the fact the Chimera was known to stay in the shadows and let rumors spread that there was a shadow power in charge of the school and that Nizu was just a figurehead. No matter how unfounded or racist those claims were, the principal used them to sink his jaws into the shadier side of politics. Now that would be telling. And a waste of our time. As is this senseless battle of words. Fair. Then let's stop dancing around why I'm here. You fascinate me, Izuku Midoriya. Your independence, integrity, cunning intellect, all are above the standards of society. However, I couldn't help but notice you have some problems I could assist on. How would Eri like to go to regular school instead of working? Or to have a full-time employee, maybe let you attend a prestigious academy? All I would ask is for your special talents be available for whenever UA needs them. This includes but is not limited to. Nizu was cut off but a firm but polite teacup slammed onto the table by an irate Izuku. Mind your own problems before you talk about mine, rat. The coffee shop owner looked livid. How dare this privileged ass try to play him in such an obvious manner? Excuse me? Beady eyes blinked. Neither noticed the quiet in the cafe, several pairs of ears now trained on the conversation. I don't care for what you're implying, Izuku-kun. It's Midoriya-san to you, Nizu-san. I may be working to the bone to keep this place afloat and my little sister happy, but we are in no need of your attempts to procure my talents. If you wish to employ my services, you are aware of the channels, as you've used them before. You have no right to walk in here and try to snoop around like I'm your own personal puzzle. Don't think I haven't noticed the listening devices you've placed under the table or on my counters. Now, I kindly ask you to desist these games and either be a normal customer or leave. Izuku pauses to drop the devices with a clank on the table, crushed. Nizu had the decency to look sheepish and terrifyingly impressed. A beat of silence rang in the shop, with the UA staff being slack-jawed at the sound of their Midoriya losing his cool yet still being polite. Then a clap echoed loudly from Nizu's paws, a delighted expression on his snout. My. I'm impressed, most impressed. You pass, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku lamely blurted out. His hidden file on all the dirt, however meager, he could find on Nizu stuck in his jacket intended to ensure silence was forgotten in favor of blinking rapidly. What test? Oh, just my minor hazing project to accept personal consultants. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya, with your discretion and skills, it would be my pleasure to ask for your help in tracking down the League of Villains and put a stop to them once and for all. I refuse. He stated simply, not liking how close it would put him with detectives and other figures, mainly Nizu, who would very much like to know how a supervillain that is probably supposed to be dead, All Might did fight him. One doesn't simply survive that man if they don't go to prison, is at full health and able to steal quirks. Based on what Izuku knew of the Nomu that attacked Yue from Shoyuda, the same man his mother foolishly helped was behind it. That was not something he wanted to be involved in. Already Izuku wished he could just wash his hands clean of the whole mess, but the League did have to get caught. And they would be. By Dekairu and anonymous tipping. Does this change things? Nizu slid over a rectangular piece of paper while sipping tea. On it were a lot of zeros. As in, the amount Izuku made yearly on the site. That's the monthly pay. This made Izuku whip his head up and pause. It would make the case go faster, and Nizu knew his secret. Being close to him would keep the focus off other subjects, but how to frame it was the question. Sign a non-disclosure agreement and a promise to stop trying to spy on us, and it's a deal. Why, what's spying? The Chimera quipped even as he produced a signed and dated agreement, complete with a written promise to not look into where Eri actually came from. The little rat knew. Seeing Izuku's face pale to ash, Nizu smirked. Rat got your tongue? How? Before answering, Nizu led Izuku outside to the alley, away from prying ears or eyes. The door slams, before the Chimera looked up with an almost sympathetic smile. Next time don't claim a mutant-type child with a powerful quirk comes from two very weak emitter quirk parents, one of which hasn't been in the country in 12 years and the other hasn't left it in 15. Makes it rather hard for conception to happen. I won't ask where she came from or why you seem to keep her out of the public eye. But whatever it is, know that Yue's protection will extend to you. That was a surprise to the host, not used to the way Nizu's mind plays worked or how he could switch roles so easily. Thank you. Izuku bowed. And I thank you, Midoriya-san. Your analysis will help us catch these monsters. I won't make you stop your other work or projects, but Yue needs Dekairu's best. Please aid us. Receiving a firm nod in return, the pair went back to the main area of the shop, with a stern look from Nizu keeping the teachers from questioning it. Who wants more coffee? With Izuku's chipper question, the invisible tension dissipated and warmth returned. Only to be replaced with chaos when an extremely hyper-Eri practically dragged Kirishima and Bakugo through the door, an ice cream cone dripping down her hand. Nisen, we had 3 whole ice cream cones and hamburgers. You did you? Izuku knelt down and patted Eri's head, figuring he would just make the idiots play with her to burn that extra energy. There's a reason one doesn't let small children get sugar highs. Already the babysitter duo looked dead, and Izuku was keeping the glee off his face over how they'd feel after they burned her energy up. Yep. Now I'm super happy, can we have a dance party? She begged. Yeah, dance party. A certain blonde parakeet screamed. The babysitters tried to scoot out, but Shoyuda caught Izuku's look and blocked the door. Not one to deny his sister anything, he patted her head. Of course, but I'm busy right now. Why not take your new friends, and Yamada-san upstairs? Your favorite song is already in the disc player. Whoa, really? Yes, now shoo. Up the child ran, leaving Bakugo looking ready to explode and Kirishima crying. Boss, that was so unmanly. The redhead wailed. What's unmanly is breaking Eri's sugar limit. You disobeyed my instructions, and now you have to live with the consequences. Dejectedly, the worker walked up, with snickering from the teachers lighting his way. Yamada thankfully took Bakugo with him as well. Soon the bane of Izuku's existence started playing, though the security video he pulled up on his laptop for the shop to enjoy made it worth it. I am so keeping this for blackmail, Aizawa sighed blissfully. Young Midoriya, are you certain this isn't invasive? Yagi-san fidgeted but kept watching. Yagi-san. It's my apartment. Izuku pointed out. And you have security camera in your living room, why exactly? Power Loader and Midnight asked in unison. Both Izuku and Nizu blinked as one, answering together. The question, why wouldn't you have one? Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo learned the meaning of true pain. We wonder, are you ready to join us now? Hands in the air, we will show you how, come and try. Caramel will be your guide. Eri, Yamada-sensei and Kirishima danced with gusto, belting out the sing-along off-key. How the voice hero failed so terribly at singing would forever be a mystery. Bakugo wanted to puke. Worse was his inability to say no to Eri brightly leading him through the moves. So there he was, a top student at U, champion of the sports festival, waving his hips and hands through the air. Come and sing. Hey, toy, away. The prideful genius monotoned. The only consolation was that Deku wasn't there to see. Let's do Let It Go next. Eri suggested. Suddenly dying by Disney seemed very plausible. Problem child. Sho Yuta groused over his coffee, long after the others, minus the dancing troupe, as the private pro-hero Discord was calling the video. Eri's face had been obscured but the scene was still golden. The duo had been discussing the conversation with Nizu, and how the creature could have unraveled Dekairu's identity. Shuda-san. I'm not working with you now, officially that is. Nizu had agreed the underground hero would make a fantastic contact. If possible the man looked even more done. Of course I'd be given more work. So what case is the rat making you help on? My Yakuza case? Or the UA child abuse case for Bakugo? The LOV elimination case? Izuku admitted. Sho Yuta took a deep breath, then slumped down in the couch. Well fuck, I'll never be rid of you. Shuda-san, not that I don't enjoy your company, but why are you in your sleeping bag here? He deadpanned while ignoring the jibe. However, he was already pulling out the thick files on the League. Nizu left with instructions to be ready for a discussion in a couple days when the principal returned. Just knowing I'll have more work because of you, problem child, makes me too tired to move. Wake me in the morning. That I feel you're abusing my hospitality. Tell that to my sleeping bag, problem child. Chapter 7. Please, Tickle Guy. I surrender, stup. Mercy. A childish giggle mixed with a whine in the early morning filled the Rainbow Village. But I'm the supervillain, Tickle Guy. Mercy is not in my vocabulary, and after you're gone all the citizens of Rainbow Village will bow before me. Now die, foolish little hero. A voice distorted under an apron tied around the villain's head cackled. It went for the killing blow. The feat. The villain prepared for victory. It was so close, just another step. Tickle Guy. I, Princess Unicorn, use my force fields to make you freeze. The newly named hero declared. Tickle Guy stopped midair. Good. Now you are captured by my sparkle scarf of justice. Princess Unicorn wrapped the villain up and started to celebrate. Nu, I have been defeated. Woe is me, vile hero. Fear not, citizens, for evil has been defeated. Clapping could be heard from behind Princess Unicorn, courtesy of the grateful citizens. Now, time for breakfast. And the scenario was broken. Princess Unicorn took off her mask and bath towel cape to become Eri Midoriya, picking up the citizens, who became her regular plushies. All right, the muffins should be ready, don't forget to wash your hands. Tickle Guy called as he took off the apron mask and capture scarf. Out stepped Izuku Midoriya, who followed the off-key singing to the kitchen for food. Soon the sun was fully risen and breakfast done, Eri taking to coloring. Izuku balked at the time. We're running late, kid, grab your backpack and let's go. But I haven't colored the eyes yet. She pouted, already shooting off to grab her backpack. Izuku had to drop off the Dekairu analysis before visiting his grandparents in their new retirement home. He never bothered to know them before and would rather let them die without ever meeting him. At the funeral, everyone was so numb and the pair so distraught that he avoided them despite the looks given. He let the lawyer act as the mediator, and oh did Izuku wish he could do that once more. But they had answers. Like which vigilante his mother was, seeing as there were literally 100 different vigilantes operating around the time his mother did. Unraveling it would take time better spent taking the League out of commission. So he'd swallow his pride and ask. According to the diary, they knew about his mother's activities but didn't disown her until she got pregnant, meaning they were valuable sources of information. Thankfully, Nizu's gracious pay allowed for the shop to close down for a day without real losses. Izuku refused to hire a full-time worker, at least not until he had to, but the extra financial cushion was a nice change. At this rate, Eri could attend middle school and high school, specifically the all-female one just 2 train stops away. He couldn't let some punks try to woo his innocent sister, after all. Done. Ready to go. Eri cheered. While Izuku would rather her stay near him, having her interact with his mother's parents would be unwise. Thus, he'd be setting her up in a secure hotel room next door to the retirement facility, complete with a makeshift security camera, a taser, homemade during craft night, and a cell phone with everyone on speed dial. If anyone even looked at her door, he'd know. Eri, did you really need to pack that many plushies? Bulging out of the zippers were at least 10 animals and heroes. In fact, it was so crowded that Eri had her taser, disguised as camera, around her neck and the tablet she got for her birthday clasped in her hands. One could tell it belonged to his little sister by the sheer volume of stickers on it. Well, at least she wouldn't lose anything. Never mind, let's get going. Remember what we talked about? He asked as they started walking towards the train. Stay in the room when you go do your super secret adult stuff, and don't answer the door. And if someone tries to get in or hurt you, scream and press the panic button on my phone. Then taser them in the no-no place. The last edition was Shuta's doing, as the man thought it prudent to teach a small child taser techniques. That earned the hobo hero a home-cooked meal. Correct, Princess Unicorn. On the train ride, mothers and grandparents cooed over the adorableness that was the Midoriya family playing I Spy. Eri always picked a cloud that looked like her kangaroo plush, while Izuku seemed fond of birds or aircraft. Sibling pair spent the entire time laughing, not aware of the terrors night would hold. Izuku sat across from the pair of imbeciles who disowned his mother, keeping the polite yet aloof air he'd been taught. Yuki and Rado Akatani looked a mixture of awkward and sheepish at his sudden appearance in their lives. Good, in Izuku's opinion, they deserved worse. His mother might have mended their relationship before she passed, if the pair's wailing at the viewing were to be believed, but that didn't change their past actions. You've grown so much since the funeral. Yuki, his grandmother, managed. Her green hair was highlighted by runny streaks of white, accented by deep wrinkles and baggy skin. It hurt, seeing as the woman greatly resembled what he imagined his mother to look like. Even the signature ponytail he grew up seeing was present. Yes, and into such a fine young man, that shop your mother left you has continued on? Rado, a stern-looking man of pure white hair and muscles not completely degraded, asked. His tone was light but held an edge. It is sustaining my family, was all Izuku said on the matter. The coffee in his hand tasted like ash despite being his special brand brought as a gift. That's excellent. Yuki and I were hoping to have met you at the funeral. You and the girl, what's her name again? Eri. Yes, Eri-chan. Rado rubbed his chin in thought. I must say we're surprised you chose now of all times to visit, long after Inko died from overworking with that blasted heart condition. Being a mother having to support children is hard, and my daughter was warned as a teenager not to have children. Her health was never the best, you see. There it was. They blamed his mother dying on him and Eri. Many people did, thinking that having 2 children and running a coffee shop led her down the road of many single parents, literally collapsing from overwork. Her sickness was a private matter though, not something he felt the need to spill. And even if he did, they'd find some other way to blame the quirkless son and small needy girl. Screw them, in Izuku's words. Shoo, Rado. We talked about this, his grandmother whispered harshly. While she seemed repentant for Rado's outburst, she didn't seem too keen on saying Inko's death wasn't Izuku's or Eri's fault. It was, he knew it was. But they should have the tact to not say it. It's perfectly fine, Yuki-san. All Midoriya members know how to take unjust prejudice and anger. We are most excellent hosts after all. All was said with a smile, yet felt like venom judging by the looks on their faces. WIU. How dare. Oh, apologies. Did I say that out loud? You must understand, as someone not able to attend high school, I never learned tact. Working with my dear mother after she was stupidly disowned, causing us to learn how to support ourselves, took too much of my energy growing up. Tense silence filled the air, taut with accusation. Neither side breathed or dared to break eye contact. Finally, Yuki, his technical grandmother, broke the unofficial competition. Why don't you just tell us why you're here, dear? We all know it isn't for a reunion. And certainly not for the coffee, delicious as it is. Not as good as Inko-chan's, Rado muttered. He was silenced once more with a glare. That is acceptable. Izuku's coffee was carefully placed on the table and the infamous journal was pulled from his suit jacket. He had considered dressing in street clothes, but seeing how put together he looked compared to the shells of people in front of him made the stuffy suit worth it. He had bad fashion outside of work, but did his grandparents really think horizontal stripes went with wave patterns? Tell me about my mother's vigilante career. Cups clattered on the table, coffee pouring everywhere. Wordlessly, Izuku pulled out his spare cleaning rag and wiped it up with a blank expression. We don't know what you mean by that, dear. Oh, I think you do, seeing as, and I quote, weren't as angry, even when my nightly activities from high school came out. Who knew breaking the law was less of a disgrace than a pregnancy? Now why would my mother say that? Later on she mentions being on a vigilante duo with a childhood friend. What do you want with us, boy? Rado clenched his pant legs. I want the truth, no lies or half-assed attempts at covering the past up. You will tell me it's the least you can do. Izuku let that ring out. The ball was in their court. If they refused, he'd have to do things the hard way, or find another method to extract their information. Fine. Inko was a special child, ever since her quirk manifested. Izuku raised an eyebrow, knowing his mother always talked about how weak her telekinesis. Yuki sensed his disbelief and snorted. That girl was a master at getting the other children, or really anyone but us and her friend, to believe she could only pull 1 pound at a time, even if her limit was about 10. While still nothing to write home about, our Inko, she was so clever about how she could use her quirk. Inko kept her quirk quiet, wanting to become an underground hero with her childhood friend, Sho. Why didn't they? Why'd they become vigilantes? He asked quietly. Because a hero killed Sho's father. Yuki said tonelessly. Izuku sucked in a breath. That would make anyone want to destroy the system. Worse was that bastard made those government dogs cover it up, taking early retirement. The so-called hero killed a good man because that man tried to stop him from shooting a robber. Yuki patted her husband to stop his rant. You see, Izuku, Sho was taken hostage by a bank robber who had already escaped several attempts at capture. The hero wouldn't wait for backup. He wanted the credit. His attack would have hit Sho, even if it would have been non-fatal. Sho's father, Rampo, took the brunt of the attack, an electric bolt. He died 5 days later in a coma. Heroes were not infallible. Just looking at Endeavor's property damage was enough proof. But rarely did one, even one looking to gain more fame, justify hurting a civilian to take a villain down. Yuki's continuance made him rise from his thoughts. Rampo's death broke the two, as he was an uncle figure for Inko. But our baby girl still wanted to help people. Inko signed up for a local high school claiming she wanted to be a businesswoman, but at night she'd go out with that boy to stop crime. The brats never got caught either, even at their high point. As her mother, I knew something was wrong during her first and second year. She stopped letting me in her room for talks and insisted she did her own laundry. I thought and hoped she was dating Sho. It was always our hope they'd get together. But you found out she was a vigilante, right? Was his mumbled question. Both nodded. She came home after they took out 2 rival gangs in a war, bloody with 3 broken ribs and a concussion. Sho wasn't much better. We patched them up and the truth came out. Our daughter and the boy who was our unofficial son were the vigilantes I'd seen plastered on the news, Green Ripper and Void. Shit. She just had to be that vigilante, the genderless, emotionless fighter that would hide in the rafters and rip the hearts out of a villain if they were truly irredeemable, or throw weapons at them and rip them harshly from the wounds, worsening the blood loss. The vigilante, his mother, Izuku's mind supplied, was only given the moniker Green by their green-handled weapons. Void, their suspected partner in crime, would open blackish voids in the room, allowing knives to fly out randomly. As far as he knew, Green Ripper suddenly went off the map around his mother's 16th birthday. Void stayed on alone, becoming more and more bloody before disappearing shortly after Izuku was born. Even today their case was famous. and Izuku remembers reading about them in his modern quirk history class. Yuki took the pause to get up from their couch and walk to a floorboard. She kicked her heels 3 times to release the mechanism. As the board lifted, the older woman picked up a book and cradled it to her chest. This was our daughter's diary from her 3 years in that life. After she stopped and let us help her, she gave me this as a show of trust. Sho, though, kept going out. We tried to help him too, but the boy was on a mission. But they stayed close, even as Inko focused on school and wanted to go to school. But then Hisashi came in the picture, and he wooed my baby girl away, bringing her home one day with a positive pregnancy test. And my baby girl wouldn't listen to reason, wouldn't agree to give the baby. You mean me? Izuku cut in dryly. Oh yes, she wouldn't give you up and go to college, insisting she could manage raising you, even marrying that bastard. Sho tried to talk her out of it. He loved her like a man should, you see here, but Inko was always stubborn and for some reason wouldn't marry Sho. The boy said he'd stop being a vigilante for her. I don't know what made her refuse him, but I know it had something to do with you. Sho left and we Rado cut off with a coughing fit from overexertion. We made a mistake, dear. Inko made us so disappointed, and in our rage, we told her to leave and never come back except if she gave you up. Izuku wanted to scream. He wanted to protest in outrage for his mother. Mouth opened up, ready to flay them alive, and maybe drain their bank accounts secretly out of spite. But then the people who were his grandparents broke down crying. Mutterings of, "I'm sorry," and, "We tried to find her," could be heard from the couch. All accusations died in his throat. Yes, they did an unspeakable thing, thinking they could control their daughter, probably out of fear she'd become a vigilante again. And yes, they clearly thought something he had no control over, his birth, was the cause of all their problems. But they were a product of circumstances, bundles of bitterness bred from tragedy. Izuku couldn't bring himself to hate them. No, he pitied them with all his heart. I think I'll take my leave now. Thank you for the information and the journal. Good day. Izuku bowed and left the still sniffling pair while ignoring his grandmother's feeble protests. He walked through the building, not remembering doing so. Outside the retirement facility, Izuku allowed a few tears to escape before turning his tablet on to check on Eri. His little sister was sleeping on the hotel bed surrounded by stuffed animals, causing him to smile. Eri, you know not to leave your tablet on while you sleep, Izuku chortled with humor. Knowing she'd be out for a few hours, Izuku decided to make his delivery first and bring back dinner. They were planning on leaving in the morning, so tonight he'd allow them to watch Bad My Little Pony Heroes reruns and let himself get centered. Don't think about Mom right now, Izuku, wait till you're home. Then you can unravel everything. With determination and numb emotions, the shop owner began his pre-planned route in the late afternoon sun. Please don't act. Dust covered the rooftop as Shigaraki disintegrated, an unlucky janitor assigned to water the plants on the edge. Honestly, the senseless bloodshed disgusted Kurogiri. Was this what he wanted? To let innocents be slaughtered just to further a goal? In his early 20s, he would say yes. In his teenage years, he was a young man hurting from his only parent being murdered and watching the perpetrator walk away with a cushy retirement. Sho would only kill villains, staying in a righteous mindset that it was better to kill the bad guys before they caused more problems. Things started looking better when high school graduation grew near, with Inko's family supporting his decision to stay a vigilante. Then Inko broke his heart. Sho, Kurogiri's other half, the woman he promised to stop being a vigilante that went after villains, refused to marry him or let him help raise her unborn child. Her reasoning? Sho had killed a civilian woman who tried protecting her husband, a notorious murderer. The woman was in the way, so Sho made her not a problem. Inko had been disgusted with him, as she should have been, saying he was becoming just like the bastard that made them vigilantes. But Sho Kurogiri, with his 18-year-old pride, insisted it was necessary, that she could have been in on it too, that all those fleas deserved to pay. Inko called him a villain, said he could do better, and tossed him out her bedroom window while he refused to see her again in his rage. After that was a 10-year haze of taking care of his sensei, proclaiming that, if you say I'm a villain, I'll be a villain, even if he kept tabs on his childhood friend. By the time he realized Inko was right and regretted his life, it was already too late. Sho Kurogiri was too far in the dark to ever live in the light again. Kurogiri stopped spacing out like an NPC. When are my Nomu going to be ready? The pale teen Kurogiri was somehow serving underwind. They are going through final checks as we speak, Master Shigaraki, and should be ready by sundown. Good, Cuckoo. Hosu will burn tonight with the screams of hero filth. God, how did he let himself fall this low? Even now mustering up pity for the soon-to-be dead citizens was hard. He really was heartless. 2 hours after his walkout, Izuku was running through the streets in determination. Fires suffocated the air around him, giant creatures, Nomu, he remembered, attacking heroes and civilians alike. To Izuku, the apocalypse appeared to have come judging by destruction just 2 Nomu were causing. Make that 3. He mentally deadpanned after dodging a large rock thrown by a flying Nomu. He had to get back to Eri. Already he had texted Shoyuta and Nizu, getting permission to hunker down at a local agency's emergency bunker. A sidekick was going to meet him at the hotel to pick Eri up, who was thankfully still asleep and not near the attacks, for now at least. Along the way, Izuku fought his instincts to help every civilian who tripped or got caught in their car. But those instincts won out, as he found himself opening multiple stuck doors before darting off once more. Okay, no more heroics, Izuku. The Nomu could turn at any moment. You have to get to Eri. This is for my brother. Arose from a nearby alley. Izuku intended to run past while sending a message to the local hero hotline, maybe 911, as he had other responsibilities. But there was so much blood. Shinso and Kirishima's classmate, the Turbo Kid Ida Tenya, struggled to stand with blood pooling from his arm. His back was to Izuku, but the shop owner could tell the boy was on a warpath. Closer to Izuku was the hero native, pinned to the side wall by a knife to the shoulder. The hero pleaded with his eyes for him to leave, and Izuku could see why. Stain was the one Ida Tenya stood against. Thankfully, his angle near a dumpster kept him hidden, meaning he could feasibly follow the hero's silent orders. Logic dictated Izuku back out and call the heroes or run to get help. He was a civilian after all who had a sister sleeping in their hotel room unaware of the chaos. But he was a hero at heart. And heroes help those in need, even idiots out for revenge. Sending a text to Shoyuta with an awkward, "Send help to my location, Stain killing your student and native," was probably less than tactful, but Izuku didn't care. He had a serial killer to stall. Meanwhile, a very done with life Shoyuta Aizawa resisted the urge to smash his phone in frustration after fulfilling Problem Child's suicidal request. Really, why did the idiot have to go to Hosu of all places? On the night of a major villain attack? Honestly, if he wasn't on a train heading to the madness, after rushing the bust, leaving a horde of traumatized criminals and police, Shoyuta would have bolted across the rooftops to scold Izuku himself. The hero knew he had to be rational, however, so instead he settled for calling in more heroes to keep Problem Child and his foolish student alive. R.E. Sorry I delettered the repeat chapter. Thanks for letting me know. Chapter 8. Izuku his heroic tendencies as he crouched behind a dumpster, knowing the chances of him winning a fight were less than 0. He had nothing but his dish rag, his mother's journal, and taser out of juice from being used in helping previous trapped citizens. That left distraction, but how does one distract a serial killer with ideological tendencies? An idea formed in his head but was interrupted. Just another fake hero boy, you're just like your brother. Now die. Stain snarled. Izuku bolted from his spot, tossing the broken taser between Ida and Stain. Native looked on helplessly as the blood loss threatened to take away the hero's consciousness. What in the world? Who the hell? Stain's and Ida's surprised yells overlapped. Izuku slowly walked past Native, holding his hands up in surrender. Instead of killing children, misguided and unheroic as they are, why don't we talk like the civilized people we are? Keeping his voice gentle, the greenette gave a kind smile that didn't match his poison green eyes that glowed in the moonlight. Both sides of the alley seemed shocked. It's not every day a death match is halted by a teenager in a suit, after all. Tisk, there's nothing to talk about, boy. I don't have time to waste on civilians, and judging by your lack of muscle and clothes, That's what you are, now scram. The hero killer seemed ready to dismiss him. That simply wouldn't do for Izuku's plan of keeping everyone alive. According to what Shoyuta had told him and his own sightings while fleeing, Endeavor and other heroes were in the area. Shoyuta would get someone here, Izuku just had to last until then. The Greenette moved to rebuttal Stain, only to be interrupted by the brat who caused this mess. While I do not wish to agree with such a monster, I must in this case. Civilian, please leave immediately while us heroes take care of this villain. Izuku walked up to the revenge-obsessed teen and whacked him with his dish rag, earning a snort from Stain. First off, my name is Izuku Midoriya, not civilian, and second, I don't see any active heroes currently, seeing as you're an intern and native is now passed out from his wounds. This no villain versus hero fight that I'm seeing, no, what I see is a child trying to go against someone far above them in the name of vengeance. He almost killed my brother. That monster deserves to die. Ida shouted back. Yes, your hero brother. While Stainson here can't seem to see he's going about his revolution all wrong, you don't get to break the law or your brother's morals just because you're hurting inside. Stain let out a deep, malevolent chuckle. Of course, it's a Midoriya standing in my way. First your mother saying I was misguided, and now you. Izuku, you said your name was? Mind enlightening me on what I'm doing wrong? The tone was mocking but curious. Izuku swallowed his questions about yet another side of his mother being revealed and instead gave a small bow. Why certainly, Stainson. Did you know that the instant you killed or maimed those fakes, you immortalized them, turning them into martyrs for hero society? Ah. Both hero student and hero killer sputtered. Honestly, they synced so well for men trying to kill each other. Izuku sighed dramatically and rubbed his chin in thought. It's true, in the 3 months since your first victim died, there have been 4 books in the works about his life, 2 documentaries and countless memorial merch that includes everything from his heroic phrases to cosplay. Children are wearing the merch, adults view them as someone to remember. Really, all you did was take a shady hero being investigated for spousal abuse and put them on a pedestal. Giving a, what can you do, shrug he continued. And now you're going to kill a student whose death will make the Igenium name even more famous. I wouldn't be surprised if they put a statue up in remembrance. I guess if you want to destroy what little support you have in the common folk, be my guest. Stain blinked. What do you mean, little Midoriya? You and your mother, always tearing others down with your words. Well, it is less bloody than knives and far more effective. That's proven by your hesitance now to strike Ida-san down. The alley filled with bloodlust, Stain seethed at the boy now blocking his way. Inko was just like him, always scolding him when he played her for information. Every one of his 3 encounters with the woman, 2 online and 1 offline when he stupidly let a thug shot 5 rounds into his chest. It was his early days of being a vigilante, not even a month after he dropped from Shiketsu to rid the world of crime and fake heroes. His first target, a small drug ring, kept eluding him. For weeks he'd bust into warehouses once filled with drugs, empty before he or the police showed. It frustrated him to no end, until the underground forums whispered of an informant willing to give you any intel, for the right price, of course. She had been working for the drug ring, and Stain finally managed to catch one upper guy to torture. It took a few days, but eventually he got the contact information. All his savings went into it, but he paid her fee before the gang could up their price. Honestly, if he hadn't met Inko after the gunshot wounds with her calmly telling him her name with a list of everything she'd do to him if he ever spilled or so much as Googled her name, he'd think she'd be the perfect partner in the crusade. Being scolded like a child and finding threatening messages in your home, despite moving 3 times a month, really put a damper on the whole trust aspect a partnership required. Stain blinked back thoughts on the memories, focusing on the boy in front of him. While Inko never physically attacked him, did having a knife aimed at your balls count as motivation or attacking? She was still dangerous. If the brat was anything like her, Stain had to be careful. What would you do then? Stain seethed. Slander their names online and post incriminating evidence. Izuku said with a kind smile that looked eerily like Satan asked for tea. That's most unbecoming, and Ida's rant was cut off by a sharp glance. Then I'd drain their bank accounts, funneling it into a fake mafia account while setting them up to take the fall, all while drinking tea. You are a very terrifying individual, brat. Stain finally admitted. What the man didn't know was that he did just that to the 8 precepts, only he just posted their overseas account transactions, not fabricate them. The shop owner hummed and stepped back while dragging Ida along. Stain blinked in surprise. And you are officially captured, Stain-sen, or should I say Akaguro Kaizom? Instantly fire came from above, cutting Stain off but striking right where Ida used to be. Said boy paled at the thought he was almost incinerated. Izuku winced as a spare burst of flame licked his arm. Are you all right, citizen? Ida exclaimed. You little shit. Could be heard from behind the flames. Shuta's scarf whipped from above, Endeavor making sure the serial killer couldn't escape the alleyway. Why yeah, don't worry, I've had kitchen burns worse than this. Izuku assured despite the blisters arising. Both teens took to watching Shoyuta and Endeavor dodge a volley of knives and kicks, though Ida still looked ready to jump in despite having a look of shame. Ice covered the ground around the pair, and Kirishima's classmate Shudo Todoroki landed with a graceful thump. Dual-colored eyes and rough scar peered at them, flicking over to Native's collapsed form. What happened? Todoroki ordered, not asked. Yes, I'd like to know that too, problem child. A very irate and out-of-breath Shoyuta Aizawa growled. His boot was shoved into a bloody and burned man's face loosely resembling Stain. Apparently Shoyuta didn't feel like showing mercy today, Izuku mused. Hey, Shuda-san. Funny story, that is. The Erasure hero sighed, adrenaline dying. You know what? Never mind, I'll hear it at the hospital. But I don't need a hospital. Izuku pointed out. A snort sounded from Todoroki, who quickly acted like it didn't happen and helped Ida walk towards the arriving ambulances, Native being treated with care by paramedics. I'm not even going to try to argue with you, Izuku. We're going to the hospital where Eri is, and that's final. Who is the dead piece of scum that sent my little sunshine to the hospital? Shoyuta was immediately reminded of the footage of Izuku taking Bakugo down. By this point the police had quietly arrived and took the infamous hero killer into custody. Shoyuta sighed and grabbed the kid he stupidly grew attached to, and no, it wasn't all because of the coffee, dragging him to a waiting police vehicle. She's fine, problem child, shaken up when a fourth Nomu crashed into the building, but all right. Eri's getting a checkup and you're getting the burn treated. Not to mention a check for smoke inhalation and witness statements. Shoving Izuku in the back gently, Shoyuta climbed in and motioned for the rookie to drive. Being an underground hero with a face of death had its perks. Izuku was in a daze when he walked through the emergency doors, the ordeal catching up to him. He talked a serial killer down. He sassed a serial killer. What was he thinking? And Eri would have been all alone if he died. Speaking of his angel, Eri was sitting on a bed with a breathing mask held to her face, nurse giving her pats. She looked dead and scared, making Izuku's heart break from across the crowded floor of the injured. Eri! He swore he barely whispered, but watery eyes met his own. Instantly she bolted through the room, Izuku kneeling so she could land into his arms. Siblings cried together while Shoyuta awkwardly walked away to get Izuku put on the waiting list. Ni-sen, I was so scared. I thought you died. Nobody would tell me anything. You didn't come back for me. Eri's muffled sobs drenched his shoulder. Izuku hugged her tighter. I know, Eri-chan. But know this, I will always come back. It's my promise to you, to always be your hero, your big brother. Why you promise? Still her face was glued to his shirt. Like I said before, I promise. Always and forever. Izuku and Ida ended up being scolded by detectives. More so Ida, as citizens in a crisis, quirkless ones especially, have certain leeway in Good Samaritan laws. Plus Izuku never threw a punch. Ida though. Again, I feel I must apologize. It's my duty as a hero in training to put the greater good before my wants, and I failed in that duty yesterday. If Endeavor-san and Aizawa-sensei hadn't taken the credit and hid what I did from the media, I wouldn't be a hero anymore. Midoriya-san, please accept my most humble apologies and all, as you clearly were acting like a hero. Chopping motions accented the words, making Izuku's sweat drop. They were with Shoyuta in Ida's hospital room, the boy wanting to apologize before Izuku took Eri home to binge-watch a million Disney movies. I wasn't being a hero back there. Izuku replied, and held a hand up to stop Ida from refuting his claim. No, I really wasn't. I'm a hero for one person only, and that's just her love for me speaking. I wasn't acting like a human, I was acting like a decent human being. Whatever do you mean by that? That was beyond heroic. No. Ida-san, being a hero, is just a phrase society uses without any concrete concept. I can't be a hero, I'm a business owner, quirkless and relatively untrained, but I always find myself living by an old proverb. I don't always succeed, in fact oftentimes it's my own selfish love for my loved ones that prevent me from living by it, but that's beside the point. Would you like to know what the proverb is? Yes, Ida whispered. It's rather simple, really. To know what is right, yet choose to do nothing, that is the mark of the coward who lost what makes them a decent human being. Maybe you need to stop looking at making yourself a hero, and focus on just being a person not afraid to help and do what's right, even when it's hard. Maybe next time, you won't look to get revenge but instead protect your mentor. Just a thought. Good day, Ida-san, Aizawa-san. With a bow, Izuku walked out to meet a beaming Eri. I don't think I understand, not fully. Ida admitted. Shoyuta looked at his student, choosing to speak for the first time. And that's fine, you'll have plenty of time to reflect the meaning during your 2-week suspension and 6-week detention. Understood. Thank you for not expelling me, sensei. Don't thank me, I had your drop forms filled out. Izuku Midoriya, however, used a favor to convince me to keep you on, heavens knows why. Shoyuta muttered the last part, still not convinced letting a child who tried to Rambo a serial killer stay was for the best, no matter how convincing Izuku was. If you want to thank him, he needs free labor at his shop for the next 2 weeks. Ida stood, gaping as he was basically told to go work for the boy who saved his life and career. A business card with Midoriya's shop address hit him in the face. Oh. And mess up my coffee while there, not even all might will save you. The ominous warning was all Shoyuta said before leaving, intent on catching up to Izuku and chewing him out the entire train ride home. Tenten-chan more stirring. Eri ordered while puffing out her cheeks. She stood on a stool, directing her slave, trusted helper. Yes, tiny boss. Ida bellowed out while whipping the batter. Meanwhile, Izuku laughed from the register. The customer that accepted 2 cups of coffee to go joined in. I swear, Midoriya-san, you really picked an interesting helper. Asahi Ray chuckled. The quirkless man was dressed in a fashionable suit and no longer held the air of depression he had all those nights ago. Pious. He's a welcome change in the evenings. How is Tanaka-san treating you? Terrifying. Every day my life flashes before my eyes. The man said pale. But he's the best boss I've had. I'm happy for you. Now he's your complimentary bugle to celebrate 3 months being hired. I'll pay for the bugle if you tell me what your quirk is. Ray tried. Izuku just shook his head and sent the grumbling man on his way. While Izuku didn't outright hide his status, only close customers, friends, and Eri knew he had no quirk. Everyone else seemed to think he had a coffee god quirk or was some cryptid. A voice laughing at him made Izuku realize he said that last sentence out loud. Those would stop if you didn't ominously know what to say in every situation, little listener. Yamada boomed as he pulled Shoyuta in. Tiny boss. We must wash our hands 5 times according to the excellence of this prestigious establishment. I swear you kept him on to spite my sanity, problem child. Shoyuta growled while pulling out his sleeping bag. Izuku gave an innocent smile. Oh, whatever do you mean? Hiring him this past month was the best stroke of genius I've had in ages because he's clearly qualified for it. He lied through his teeth. Why would I try to spite you? After all, it's not like you tried hacking into my phone 7 times to put a tracker on it, Or had Nizu put a necessary alley camera aimed right at my window? And it's definitely not like you snapped a tracking cuff and listening device on my ankle complete with a taser button for anyone who took it off that required my unique skills to get off safely. Shoyuta stared at the grinning boy before snorting. Well, you haven't broken the rules of drop-off since. And once again, no Hizashi, you aren't being told about them. Shoyuta tacked on from habit. One of these days you'll spill, Shoyuta. You too, little cryptid. Coffee, anyone? It happened on a Saturday. The birds were singing, his underlings were handling the shop, and the league had been quiet. A rare treat, the Midoriya siblings took their game of heroes versus villains to their park. As always, Princess Unicorn stopped the fiendish tickle guy from overthrowing the queendom, this time saving the summer gala. Fall to my mighty sparkle scarf. Eri ordered. Izuku groaned as he lay, defeated, beneath her. All was right with the world. And then he spotted a portal. A small, purplish mass that only one person possessed, in the shadow of the slide mere feet away. The playground was eerily silent, empty. No witnesses, Izuku realized. Eri prepared to run. He whispered and rolled away just as Tamura Shigaraki leapt from the portal, for fingers out. Izuku landed and was up, holding Eri while his eyes darted around. Cuckoo, for an NPC you're pretty fast, must be your mother's influence. Tamura giggled. But you don't need to worry, we just need to borrow the brat, have her use her quirk for a project. Tamura cackled. Hell no, now leave. Izuku slid Eri behind him, already pushing the panic button on his watch, the one device he let Shoyuta monitor. Please, Izuku, hand the child over and she'll remain unharmed. Kurogyri blurted out, looking desperate. Funny, when Izuku imagined the man from his mother's journals, he didn't expect this gentleman behavior or nervousness. It's for the best. Izuku threw the cape he had been wearing for the game right at Kurogyri and pushed Eri to run to the bushes behind them, knowing from his calculations and analysis of Kurogyri's quirk that Eri could, hopefully, make it to the street before Kurogyri caught sight of her. Tamura was apparently done with the nice guy act and lunged at Izuku before Eri could even process what she was supposed to do. Izuku found himself lifted in the air, the pinky dangerously close to landing on his neck as Tamura held him. One tiny twitch and he'd be dead. Well, at least Eri ran, right? I don't need you, and Sensei didn't say I couldn't kill you exactly. He might be mad, but surely Sensei will understand. Who knew Green Ripper gave birth to such a weakling, right, Kurogyri? Shigaraki. Put him down immediately. Kurogyri ordered, menacing. Tamura scoffed. Know your place. This is just an NPC, nobody will miss him, and then we'd have the useful sibling for the league permanently, with no family obligations. Eri's only being employed for her quirk, no harm will come to either of them, Sensei promised me. Well, he's in our way, so he has to die. You're not even a little bit cool, NPC, so your death means nothing. Back off, Kurogyri, before you join him. I'm sorry, Izuku-kun. Kurogyri backed away. The fifth finger dangled over the artery in Izuku's throat. He closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Wait! Eri screamed. All motion stopped. Just stop. I'll go with you. And why does that matter? Tamura sneered. You're a pawn, I'm taking you either way. If Ni-sen dies, I won't help you. I'll kick and scream and not help you. She said firmly. Sensei could just take your quirk, brat. But he won't, not with the drawbacks it has. Kurogyri muttered. Why, drawbacks? Let Ni-sen go, and I'll do what you say. I'll go with you. Tamura seemed to think on it before nodding to himself and throwing Izuku onto the ground, pinning him with a boot. Eri no. He wheezed. Shut up, NPC, you're lucky I don't want to make Sensei disappointed. Fine, Unicorn Pawn. We came for you, not him, anyways. Kurogyri, take the girl and let's go before the heroes show up. Tamura flippantly broke one of Izuku's ribs with a snap, followed by breaking his right leg. Izuku only glared at the villain. That's just so you don't follow us. Who knows, if she's useful enough we might just let you two visit when we reform this cursed society. Without a second glance he stepped into the portal. "Eri-chan, say goodbye." Kurogyari mumbled. Eri looked from the open portal to her brother. "Eri, showed up please. If you ever loved my mother, let her go." Kurogyari flinched and turned his head. "Quickly your goodbyes." Eri took a deep breath before looking at him with tears. "Thanks to you. I got away from the Yakuza. Thanks to you and Mama I had a happy place. But most of all that you showed me what it was like to have a papa. Thank you too, Chan." Those words froze Izuku's world. Everything seemed to stop, even time. The mist around Eri grew thicker, and her last words would haunt him for all time. "You were my hero, now I'm yours. Princess Unicorn saves the day, Izuku Nizan." With that they were gone after Kurogyari tossed her tracking bracelet to his stomach, and Saturday became the day Izuku's heart shattered. His sweet angel. His little sister. His most precious person. The child he and his mother gave everything for. The pain kept him in a haze, and it wasn't until Shoyuta showed up that Izuku's eyes started leaking. It would be hours before he would notice that along with Eri's tracking bracelet, Kurogyari had thrown hope. "And this is the adopted one, the child you said could rewind someone's internal clock?" An amused voice chuckled, staring at the tiny, crying girl through the monitor of his computer. "Yes, and she's the key to ridding the world of diseases known as quirks." Another, younger voice griped. Careful, I may have gotten you out of prison, but I can just as easily rip you limb from limb. Do not insult me again. All might is our target." "And then I get the girl?" the younger one prompted. Yes, you can have her, so long as she does what I need and I get her Keurig later. While I may not want it in my body personally, there are so many pawns I could force it on." "How long then?" "Patience, Chisaki Kai. I've waited 200 years, you can wait a few days. By then I'll have completed my final goal. And after that, all for one will be unstoppable." Chapter 9. Previously. "And this is the adopted one, the child you said could rewind someone's internal clock?" An amused voice chuckled, staring at the tiny, crying girl through the monitor of his computer. "Yes, and she's the key to ridding the world of diseases known as quirks." Another, younger voice griped. Careful, I may have gotten you out of prison, but I can just as easily rip you limb from limb. Do not insult me again. All might is our target." "And then I get the girl?" the younger one prompted. Yes, you can have her, so long as she does what I need and I get her quirk later. While I may not want it in my body personally, there are so many pawns I could force it on." "How long then?" "Patience, Chisaki Kai. I've waited 200 years, you can wait a few days. By then I'll have completed my final goal. And after that, all for one will be unstoppable." When Niza received word that his analyst's sister was kidnapped, he had just started his 5th cup of tea while reading through the meeting notes once more. Before that phone call arrived, it had been his favorite brew. Over the past several weeks, he and the ever-polite Izuku had narrowed down the League's motives, their member lists, and came to the conclusion their targets were holed up somewhere between the Hosu and Kamino wards, though nothing they would narrow it down further, to Nizu's chagrin. Nizu had been quite impressed, if not slightly uneasy, with how intelligent his temporary employee was. Flashback. Izuku Midoriya glanced at him nervously. The dim lights of the long-closed cafe made his eyes pierce the room even more than usual. Nizu suppressed a shiver of excitement and foreboding. "I have some information." Izuku had blurted out suddenly, producing a 6-inch thick file folder, sliding it to the principal. Nizu blinked. "That's impressive, Midoriya-san. I was under the impression that we'd be doing a brainstorm session tonight." This caused the green-haired teen to blush sheepishly. "Guess what? I just had a thought. UA captured over 100 villains at the USJ incident, and at first glance they appear to have been recruited from across northern Japan with no real pattern." "That's right," Nizu replied, already beginning to open the file folder. "However," Izuku got an excited gleam in his eye. "Take out the outliers and you get a belt-shaped area of recruitment, most heavily near Kamino and Hosu." "But that's not possible. There are 2 other belt-shaped areas in a district to the north and 1 just blocks from UA. The mouse-like being pointed out. Izuku smirked. Oh, those weren't the main recruitment spots, based on the timeline of when each group was inducted. The first group, we'll call it the Kamino Hosu group, was inducted first, 3 weeks before the raid. These are comprised of villains that suit Shigaraki's style, more brutal, bloodthirsty, without a cause, and seem to be the most reluctant to say anything besides when they were approached about the job. The second area, the one to the north, is larger, if only just, and has less bloodthirsty villains. These guys all said during interrogation they met Kurojiiri or Shigaraki about a week before the attack, and it was done on their turf. Shigaraki didn't have them meet in one spot, nor did he inspire trust in them, as they were just told they'd get money. Izuku paused for breath, and Nizu took the opportunity to add his 2 cents. Perhaps Shigaraki didn't want to let those in the second area to congregate in his main base, and the first group wouldn't have talked either way, as none of them were considered for plea bargains. All from Kamino Hosu were on the run or suspected of murder, rape, or other hard crimes. True, except that's the point. They were all criminals unable to be out in the open, with us only able to confirm their supposed links to the area using scattered police sightings. They had protection, longer than those 3 weeks too, and were the more adept bunch. Now, the third group, we both know they were recruited the day of the USJ, and thus there is no way they could be where his base is. Not true, he could be hiding under the radar, Nizu chided, knowing they weren't. At this point he was testing his analyst's abilities. Izuku in turn, snorted. Yeah right, Nizu-san. There are now sensors to detect a warp quirk within a quarter mile of UA, and far too many hero watches that make keeping a base unrealistic. Of course. We will roll with your theory on it being somewhere in Kamino or Hosu, but that still leaves 20 square miles of city to narrow down. But 20 miles is barely anything. What when you have every traffic camera on your side, any? Izuku grinned evilly. Nizu cackled, tea spilling. I knew there was a reason I liked you, Midoriya-san. I believe between the pair of us, the LOV stands no chance. Indeed, Nizu-san. Now, let's talk about the quirks. Here Izuku pulled out a file labeled Kurojiiri, a flash of pain in his eyes. Midoriya-san. Nizu raised an eyebrow. No, it's nothing. Anyways, did you know there is a formula for Kurojiiri's quirk? And Eri back to bed. He called suddenly to the stairs. A squeak and muttered, how does he do that, were accented by feet running back to their warm bed. The adults shared a chuckle and resumed their work in gusto. And flashback. Those weeks of working out the kinks of their search and dissecting their enemies were among the most enjoyable in Nizu's career. It was rare to find anyone so dedicated, polite, and genuine as Izuku Midoriya. He was a real gem. So when the call came in that the teen was at the hospital being healed, and that Eri Midoriya was taken by the monsters they were tracking, Nizu's blood boiled. With zero regard for decorum, he ran out the door, intent on being involved in the case, and promising himself that every UA hero, and any others he could round up, would do their best to bring the little girl home. If not for her sake, then for Izuku's. And his 5th cup of tea, once his most favorite brew? Why, Nizu doubted he'd ever be able to stomach the filth again. It tasted like ash. When Bakugo got the word about his little pipsqueak being kidnapped, he had been trying on new shoes, courtesy of his new guardian. Midnight Sensei Kamsan, she insisted, was Izuku's idea, and Bakugo would never admit he liked having her as a foster mom. The crazy lady was stupid, and kept trying to make him blush, which he never did, but she wasn't mean. And she worked with him on his quirk. Not to mention his shoes. They were built for his quirk specifically, in case he needed to use it while out of his uniform. Deku, he reminded himself grumpily, had pointed out that his feet could use his explosions, and Midnight Sensei wanted him prepared. Able to slide the soles back with a push of a button, they wouldn't be ruined like his last 3 pairs, and he didn't have to file for permission to take his combat pair for his costume off of school grounds. So everything was going perfectly, until Midnight's phone rang. Yeah, what? Shoyuda, calm down and explain. Long curses from his lazy sensei followed, though Bakugo couldn't hear. He ignored them, looking at a pair of unicorn boots for Eri, thinking of how he could make shitty hair go along and say he bought them for her, since there was no way in hell Bakugo would give the brat a gift. None at all. Katsuki. Midnight's voice, filled with tears, jerked his attention back to the conversation. She looked broken. Yeah, hag. He gulped. She ignored it, meaning it was serious. Shit. It's Eri. What of the brat? He tried to play it off as nothing, even as he let out a spark and dropped the boots. She's gone, Katsuki. And that's when Bakugo's world stopped, much like Izuku's. When Eri's kidnapping reached the coffee shop, Hitoshi was just serving some mint tea to grumpy Tanaka while the old man complained about his clothing shop being underappreciated. Kirishima meanwhile tried his best to help Ida in the kitchen, but the pair was hopeless at it and Hitoshi feared what his boss would think. You're just a snot-nosed brat, so you wouldn't understand, but nobody appreciates the finer seams in pants. Isn't that right, boy? Tanaka barked. His assistant, a timid man named Rai or Ray, honestly Hitoshi didn't care enough to remember, bobbed his head with vigor. Why, sir? Hitoshi rolled his eyes as he returned to the counter. A regular came in, looking like a jittery squirrel. Hitoshi dreaded this guy's order. Welcome to Midoriya's, what can I get you today? The perplet droned, already bracing for the answer. 10 shots of espresso on the dot. The man, a 20-something engineering student, had the audacity to order espresso, and only espresso, not even coffee or milk, every afternoon. Boss seemed indulgent and would smile, but Hitoshi refused. The guy was shifty, as anyone who had that much espresso and still lived was not to be trusted. However, he fulfilled the order and watched the guy literally buzz while stumbling out of the shop. Taking a minute to get over the sacrilege of the afternoon, Hitoshi winced at the loud bang emanating behind him. His 2 underlings for the day, there's no way boss would let anyone but him be in charge, right? Bolted out of the kitchen with somehow edible cookies. Shinsu-kun. We have endeavored our hearts to make sweets that align with our fine establishment standards. That was Ida. Maybe Hitoshi could ignore him? But no, he had a job to do. Ida, stop shouting in the shop. You know boss hates it. And Kirishima, why is your hair white? Hitoshi drawled. The pair grinned and moved to respond when one of the regulars gasped and dropped their coffee. Hitoshi whipped his head around, and the customer, a woman known for not showing emotion, was openly crying while looking at her computer screen. Curious, Hitoshi stalked over, intent on cleaning up the mess and finding out what made the usually emotionless woman cry. When he saw the news feed with a picture of Eri Midoriya smiling, his stomach clenched. And when he read the caption, describing her kidnapping, well, Hitoshi saw red. But that's okay, as he was sure the entire shop was willing to help him get away with murder, based on their expressions. No mercy for these scumbags, after all. Shoyuta Aizawa was having a good day, in that he was napping in his apartment with the AC blasting, and no brats were waking him up to teach seeing as it was summer. Cats surrounded him, both in dreamland and reality, and the erasure hero felt as if nothing could spoil it. So when Izuku's panic button went off on his phone, Shoyuta felt dread. A filthy bile, ominous and foreboding, settled in his throat. Activating the location, he darted to where his kids were, alerting the heroes and cops in the area on the way. Within 20 minutes he landed in a park surrounded by cops. What he saw broke his stony expression. Izuku, staring at the sky listless, clutching a rib while bones protrude out of one leg. Crime tape was being erected around the park's perimeter, though the paramedic attempting to talk to Izuku was looking worried at the lack of response. Problem child. He breathed. No response. Izuku, Shoyuta said sharply, hoping to snap the teen back to reality. It worked as poison-green eyes darted to meet his. Tears instantly started pooling. Aizawa-san. They took her. They stole my sister. Gut-wrenching sobs escaped and on instinct Aizawa knelt down and gently hugged the teen, his own shock taking over. It's going to be okay, we'll find her. We'll find Eri. He stumbled over the little girl's name, the name of someone who made everyone's lives better with just a smile. The underground hero crushed the urge to spiral into despair. He had to be strong for his kids. I need you to tell me who attacked you. Izuku lifted his eyes once more and spat with venom. It was the League of Villains. The bastards who stole my Eri, it was them. And Shoyuta Aizawa felt 10 years older. The one group of villains that managed to elude them, who amassed an army with monsters capable of taking All Might, those were the monsters he had to take down. So much for a peaceful weekend before summer camp. Izuku felt his awareness click in the moment Recovery Girl kissed his injuries away and absently stuffed 5 gummies in his mouth. He furiously wiped away his tears, mind racing with the facts of what happened. Sorry for being out of it, thank you for coming to the hospital, Recovery Girl. Izuku said politely. She gave him a sad smile and a pat on the hand. No thanks needed, dearie. You and Eri have done wonders for us all, it's the least I can do since. She trailed off, only to shake her head in anger at the situation. Anyways, Aizawa-san should be back in a few minutes. Rest up until then. No, I'm fine, I need to get to Nizu, we don't have much time. Eri. I'm already here, Midoriya-san. Nizu popped in the doorway, effectively stopping Izuku's frantic ramblings. Nizu-san. Izuku looked relieved. It was Kurojairi and Shigariki, they took Eri. Here Izuku hesitated. He knew he needed to explain some things about how and why the League wanted an innocent 6-year-old child, but Recovery Girl was in the room. Yes, and I bet we need a private talk. Nizu gave a meaningful look to the healer. With a huff and warnings to rest, the woman left, clicking the door shut behind her. Now, something tells me you have an idea about why Eri was taken, something to do with her miraculous birth between your parents across continents. That it's her quirk, you see. Oh, what's so special about little Eri-chan's quirk? It's a unicorn mutation, I believe. Here Nizu was intrigued despite the circumstances. It's not a unicorn mutation. Her quirk.it can turn back any living organism's internal clock. It's so powerful she could turn someone back to not having a quirk, or even erase them from existence. That's what happened to her father, before her mother sold her to the Yakuza for the price of a plane ticket out of the country. Fist clenched, Izuku reflected on the scumbags who used his precious little one for months before he spotted her on that fateful shopping trip. I happened to see her a couple of years ago, filthy and in a hospital gown. Without thinking, I ran with her home, where my mother helped cover her passed up. And the Yakuza group? The rodent asked while ignoring how a supposed poor shop owner had the connections to pull the identity switch off. Dikairu had many connections, but fake ID making didn't seem to be one of them. I manipulated their arrests. The 8 precepts of death were my first large project, actually. Nizu's fur paled to translucent, face slackening. Nizu-san? We were going to cover it up, the hero commission that is, until I had a chance to discuss the breakout with you and make a plan to stop public panic. But 16 hours ago an unknown warp gate broke into the prison Kai Chisaki was being kept in and aided his escape. Izuku sucked in a breath. This changed everything. Shit. He uncharacteristically cursed. What am I supposed to do? First the League, and now a Yakuza madman who can destroy anything with barely a touch. We will do all that we can, we will find her, that I promise you. The green-eyed teen buried his face in his hands as Nizu got up to make a phone call. He had no leads, the kidnappers threw her bracelet at him, meaning no tracking. It was as if the world swallowed all his hope. Reaching down to his pocket, he pulled out the tracking bracelet, smiling a watery grin at the unicorn sticker Eri insisted on sticking to the band. Then there was a scratch on the glass from her dropping it on the sink, not to mention the cute little micro SD card taped to back. Wait, micro SD card? What in the? Izuku murmured, and then it hit him, Kurojairi. The sly villain had given him something. What it was, Izuku could only guess. Problem child, are you alright? Aizawa's voice broke Izuku's hyper-focus. An even wider grin, this time of hope, stretched across his face as he met his favorite customer's eyes. Eri's bracelet, the man observed. No hope. It seems Shosan isn't a complete traitor to my mother after all. Aizawa just stared, completely puzzled as his kid pulled a laptop from thin air and started typing away like the hounds of hell were upon him. Oh, you little shit. You think having this week of an encryption key on your card would keep me out? My, so overconfident. Izuku chuckled darkly. making the underground hero remember that while his kid was generally a pacifist coffee shop owner, he was also a demon. And demons knew no rules when it came to getting what they wanted. Cracking into the data proved easy, tedious, but easy considering everything his mother taught him. The 600 characters coded message? Easy as kindergarten mud pies. Following said message to the live security footage of Eri getting smacked by Chisaki Kai? Hardest thing he's ever had to witness. Her room, dingy and dim, reminded him of the nightmares she used to describe while screaming, flashbacks consuming her before he or his mother could calm her. Even 2 years later, Izuku would find the little sunshine crawling into his bed with whimpers of past horrors. He kept watching the footage, eyes taking in every aspect of the room, as Kurogiri appeared and started telling off. Chisaki. His eyes widened when the mist villain dropped a bag of bleeding burgers in front of Eri. There was only one bleeding burgers. Can we track this? Izuku could hear Aizawa demand from Nizu, who was already at his own laptop while making calls. Neither had seen the scene, and when Izuku looked back, Kurogiri and the bag was gone. He heard something about it taking 20 hours to unscramble the location, that they would need to get to the better computers at UA, that so-called experts would be able to do it. But Izuku couldn't care less about that. His eyes were focused on the information Kurogiri had either intentionally or unintentionally given out. Izuku desperately hoped it was the former, since a small part of him wished the Kurogiri his mother had loved was still in there. His mind worked through the algorithm of where Kurogiri could be based on the bag. Bleeding Burgers had one location with excellent food, and that was at Kamino. What will you do when you have the location? Izuku asked quietly, checking his ribs to make sure they were completely healed. One of the officers heard him as Aizawa was still busy. Don't worry, kid, we'll find out where the Taika is, and launch an investigation. Kidnapping cases like these, we take 'em slow since the villains want them alive, we go careful so she doesn't get hurt. She isn't in immediate danger. But she's already been hurt. We need to get her home immediately. Izuku argued. Whoa, stop worrying, kid. You'll have her back by the end of the week at the latest. We just don't want to rush things and waste the heroes' lives. Yamamoto, shut up. The lead investigator barked, not having heard the stupid, and rather false, observation by the rookie. The Eri kid had ties to Aizawa, and when that man had someone taken from him, the police were quick to get that person back. The man was the best hero they had for underground work, and angering him due to bureaucratic red tape was not in the investigator's best interests. The investigator, a portly man in his 40s with an intelligence quirk, dragged the rookie to another room to get updates from Aizawa, who was verbally grilling the police chief for immediate permission to do whatever necessary to get Eri home today. But Izuku didn't know this. His world was crumbling, and rational thought was few and far between. So, with grace bought with years as a coffee shop owner, he left the room silently. After checking out at the desk and stopping home for what he needed, without alerting the mass of worried customers and workers, Izuku disappeared into the wind, his phone left on his desk with a note. I refuse to lose another member of my family. Dikair. Kurogiri looked at Overhaul, feeling disgust twist in his gut. He was a monster, even more so than Kurogiri himself. And he was helping him and the League break into UA. He could only hope Izuku was in the process of saving Eri before Sensei's plan to lure All Might could work. Because if Sensei was successful, all hope would be lost for Kurogiri's soul. Nizu growled as they tried to decode the location, the algorithm proving tedious. His teachers, save the on-patrol All Might, sat in their spots around the staff room, each working non-stop. Bakugu, I need you to fax this midnight call to their most passionate student. The boy was insisting on helping, all the while clutching some cutesy trinket to his chest. Thankfully, he was willing to do the tedious tasks that slowed down their work. So caught up in the bickering and planning and frantic grunts from Aizawa asking where his problem child was, Nizu didn't notice the shift in security. Not until the walls started to disintegrate before his very eyes. The grinning face of Chisaki Kai met his horror-struck own. This is part 1 of the all-for-one takedown and saving Eri. I've had this sitting at the current word count for it at like 3 weeks? Maybe? Anyways, no, the story isn't abandoned. We have 2 chapters left. I have part of the next chapter written, so on to the announcements. Will Izuku survive his plan to save Eri? What exactly is AFO planning? Can Yue survive this? Will Aizawa ever openly admit that Izuku and Eri are his kids? Will Riku ever learn how to make a decent eggplant parmesan that she's failed making twice now? Find out Monday on The Coffee Shop Hero. P.S. Join our Discord. Shout out to Dragon My Beta, may you survive this semester. https discord.ggmjnyb chapter text. Chapter 10. And so I was reading the last chapter on both ff.net and AO3, and saw that my page breaks didn't transfer. First off, I apologize, it must have been hell reading it. After I get this chapter posted, I will try to get it fixed. Hopefully nothing bad happens to the formatting in this one too. To make sure no mishaps happen, I'll be showing scene changes in bold. Warning: this chapter has character deaths. Please, if you need to not read it, that's totally fine. I've lost both my mother and sister as well as friends in the past. I get that reading death can be triggering. I kept it mild though, so it should be fine. If you need to PM me about it to discuss it or just rant about the scenes, feel free. Previously on The Coffee Shop Hero. Nizu growled as they tried to decode the location, the algorithm proving tedious. His teachers, save the on-patrol All Might, sat in their spots around the staff room, each working non-stop. Bakugu, I need you to fax this. Midnight called to their most passionate student. The boy was insisting on helping, all the while clutching some cutesy trinket to his chest. Thankfully he was willing to do the tedious tasks that slowed down their work. So caught up in the bickering and planning and frantic grunts from Aizawa asking where his problem child was, Nizu didn't notice the shift in security. Not until the walls started to disintegrate before his very eyes. The grinning face of Chisaki Kai met his horror-struck own. With Izuku, somewhere in Kamino Ward. When Izuku had seen Eri on that street 2 years ago, something in his heart just knew they were family, and Izuku always protected his family. It was like the fates had snapped a chain around Izuku, binding him to his little sister the moment he laid eyes on her. That bond, overflowing with love and protective instincts, is what drove him to his current location. A dirty bar. Nothing remarkable, nothing that screamed it was the base of the monsters who would abduct an innocent child for their gain, but his gut screamed that it was the place. Well, his gut and the computer tracking he had done. While his rational side said, screw it, let's get Aizawa here to help, his big brother's side couldn't stand by for help or support. Eri was inside suffering who knows what. He couldn't wait for the heroes at this point, too much was at stake. Not for long, Eri-chan, your big brother is coming to kick some ass for you. He swore to the building across the street from where he was standing. Fixing the ball cap and various gadgets, including the trusty apron, Izuku Midoriya stepped off, eyeing the various entries he could take. Thousands of plans flittered through his mind, not all of them pretty. Many had him end up horribly disfigured, more had him dead. But all had Eri being safe and sound. And that was the only outcome that mattered in the end. With Aizawa, Aizawa, stop him. Nizu orders as the walls waste away before their eyes. Various teachers pair off to face the villains head-on, Nimuri pulling Bakugo behind her, his angered screams echoed in the room. Aizawa was about to go to his student like a good educator when a warp gate sent them away, various villains following. Soon the battles were starting, the only villain not being intercepted was arguably the most dangerous one. Perfect, just how Aizawa like it. The fact that an escaped S-class criminal decided today was a good day to attack him was a testament to how stupid villains could be. Honestly, showing up with the monsters who stole his kids? Well, Aizawa wasn't complaining if he was able to interrogate them after for locations. While that meant no killing the sick bastards, yet he knew how to make takedowns more painful than death. What the raise your head, how pleasant. The villain known as Overhaul grimaced when his reassembling of the atoms was abruptly halted. The monster Overhaul had begun crumbled away. Aizawa gave a cruel smirk and wrapped his capture weapon around Overhaul's body, pinning his hands to his sides. I'm sure. He snarked and reached for the standard-issued quirk-suppressant handcuffs on his belt. Overhaul, however, had other plans. Your quirk is beautiful, you know, The ability to erase the disease that plagues our society, even if it's for mere moments, is amazing. You and I, we could cleanse the earth. What do you say? Overhaul got a fanatical gleam in his eye that made Aizawa's stomach clench in disgust. I'll pass, you nutjabu, he deadpanned, using a term problem child called a recent villain they were analyzing. It seemed to fit the man literally shaking in front of him. Tisk teeth. So sad, oops. Overhaul chuckled. Confused, Aizawa tried to jump back on instinct, eyes still glued open. That's when it happened. The all-encompassing type that being slammed into the ground by a 1,000-pound Nomu caused. It was the kind of pain that made Aizawa bolt up in bed at the mere shadow of it entering his dreams. It was the reason he had to take anxiety medication when the flashbacks just became too much. It was the reason he grunted, no, screamed, in agony when suddenly that pain was back, eyes flinching but still struggling to stay open. His captured scarf became slack, and Overhaul looked gleeful as he stepped out of the useless bindings. That there is my personal Nomu, given as a sort of token of goodwill between the League and I. It might not have any speed enhancers beyond, but the levitation and strength boosts more than make up for it. You're illogical if you think Shigaraki views you as more than a tool. Aizawa grunted. Instantly he was slammed once more into the ground. Ribs cracked further, but he refused to allow a second scream to pass. No. It's him who is my tool. Him and that fossil of a sensei will bow before me. I will reassemble this world from the corrupted filth it is into what it was. Overhaul promised. After Eri-chan gives me what I want, I'll be unstoppable. He added. Shut up. Eri, Aizawa wheezed. I won't let you. The villain snapped his fingers, almost lazily, and the Nomu tossed Aizawa in the air like discarded trash. As he flew, Aizawa blinked rapidly, his quirk refusing to start up again with blood in his eyes. The Nomu appeared before him in a flash despite the lack of speed, body slamming the Erasure hero into the destroyed terrain. The ground grew closer and closer, blood flying into his vision. Pathetic. Overhaul could be heard amongst the pounding in his ears. The bored look Overhaul had spoke of the man's belief the fight was over. Now, any ordinary hero would have taken the fall at this point, praying either for a comrade to rescue them or a quick and merciful death. Shoyuta Aizawa was not an ordinary hero, nor would he ever be. Aizawa was one used to working against the odds to save those he held dear. If he failed now, his kids and his friends would be in peril. And that was something he would never allow. Mustering up the strength only those fighting for something greater than themselves possessed, Aizawa flung his capture scarves. Months of focused training with his fellow heroes after the USJ incident paid off. His discussions with Izuku about projectile angles and force finally bore fruition. For despite his downward spiral, Aizawa captured onto the Nomu. He allowed a fierce grin as he slowed to a controlled fall, landing on his feet like a badass. Overhaul screamed in frustration and moved to unravel the earth below. But it didn't work. Despite the blood in his eyes and concussion, despite all the broken bones, Aizawa activated his quirk. Nomu, Overhaul demanded. But this time Aizawa was ready. A Nomu without speed was like any other oversized villain he had faced. Launching another scarf at the beast, he used its momentum to fling it into Overhaul. The pair collided, the Nomu screeching. Overhaul stumbled up painfully, immune to injuries he couldn't overhaul. Aizawa kept his quirk activated as he yanked the former Yakuza boss close and slapped both quirk suppressant cuffs and collar over the madman before a second passed. Overhaul moved to order his Nomu for a counterstrike, but Aizawa was so done with the villain. With a quick jab to the neck with a sedative all UA staff carried courtesy of Midnight and Recovery Girl, Overhaul was out like a light. Have plenty of nightmares, you bastard, Aizawa said to the unconscious man. His special Nomu lay where it fell, a lifeless husk without orders. Aizawa nodded in approval before looking around the destroyed office. Good thing we have unlimited funding, hopefully. Now, time to find my student. I swear if they hurt the little shit. He muttered. Said muttering continued as he hobbled out of the room dragging Overhaul with him. Some days he really wished he had just become an accountant like his mother wanted, especially when his ribs continued to shift with every step. Back with Izuku. Contrary to popular belief, sneaking into super-secret bases was not difficult. All it took was him lockpicking the basement door and putting the cameras on loop. While lengthy and taking over 15 minutes, it wasn't overly difficult for a team capable of being basically invisible while delivering reports. What was difficult was dodging all other forms of detection. There seemed to be no major villains in the base, which scared Izuku more than anything. But there were some. And most quirk users would be able to take him if he wasn't careful. Best not let them see him. Hey, what are you doing here? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. A villain Izuku had researched for a blog post about those with useless quirks being capable of evil rounded the corner. A long-term criminal, Gato the mugger literally was only able to change his skin to bright blue when angry. As such, the pathetic bastard preyed on women in back alleys, but was so clumsy he was more often than not run off by his chosen victims. Shorter than Izuku, overweight to the point of huffing after speaking his one line, and you had a villain was more sad than scary. How Gato the mugger got a job with a man who literally took quirks and ran an evil organization was beyond him. Thankfully Izuku was in shape from all the coffee he served and was able to get into Gato's space. Sorry, just here to deliver some pizza, Izuku said before kneeing him in the throat. The villain dropped like a light, leaving Izuku alone with the body. Huh? Where to put this? He said while looking at the multiple rooms with various alarm pads. See, this was the real problem with breaking into a base, hiding the bodies. 10 minutes later and an annoyed with life Izuku left his victim tied up in a closet, holding the half-doodled map the idiot had made for patrols. Let's see. Eri should be somewhere in the next 3 hallways, he muttered. The hallways were dim and filled with decrepit rooms. Movement caused him to duck into a random one, heart pounding. Yeah, you're right, that is wrong. Your girlfriend should support your decisions. A male voice drifted past his hiding spot, heavy footsteps accompanied by lighter ones. They stopped right outside, and Izuku's heart stopped. Man, why doesn't she? It's not like I'm going hero or anything crazy like that. But if I want to switch from bank heists to assassinations, why should it matter if it's not as easy for a payout? I have just always wanted to be a hitman, yo. Izuku stifled his urge to laugh at the other's companion. Who knew villains had dating troubles? I'm telling you, it's a toxic relationship. Couples have to be a team, dog. If she doesn't want to stand by you, that's her loss. There are plenty of girls out there just dreaming of having a killer for a boyfriend. You'll find her. Really? The voice sounded watery, like he was holding back tears. But what if I don't? Booming laughter followed from the first voice. Then we'll kidnap a chick and brainwash her, easy peasy. The footsteps started moving again along with the laughter. Slowly the voices drifted away and Izuku collapsed against the door. Though close, he was safe. Okay, it's only 2 hallways to check, you can do this, Izuku. He repeated his mantra, for Eri, as he rejoined the dim hallways. 30 minutes, 2 more close calls, and a run-in with a demented guard poodle later, and Izuku was outside the last door that could hold his little sister. Taking a deep breath, Izuku pulled out his mini-computer and made sure all alarm systems would be disabled. Only to see it was just a deadbolt, an unlocked deadbolt. An unlocked deadbolt that opened to an empty room. Signs of his sister, an old bed, empty, bleeding burgers, bag, strands of her white and green hair littered the room. Eri's hairpin and metro card lay discarded by the doorway. Feelings of pride and fear for the light of his world bubbled in Izuku's chest. That's my girl. Time to find out where you went, however. Oh, that won't be necessary. My little weapon is safe and sound, a cold voice spoke behind. Izuku twirled around, only to freeze at the sight. Yes, you really do look like your mother, Izuku Midoriya. It's a pity you didn't inherit Inko's most wonderful quirk. While weak, it did great things before she became a coward. Izuku was staring at an image he never wished to see. A completely healed, boogeyman of the underworld, holding his sister by the throat, her right arm broken. His eyes watered when they met him, a black eye beginning to form along with her horn, fully enlarged. You bastard, Izuku said with venom at her tears. The monster of a villain smirked, looking rather like a businessman in a spiffy suite, white hair neatly groomed that contrasted with the cold blue eyes. Who me? I assure you my parents were married, at the very least. I prefer you use the name, sensei, regardless. It's much better than my other titles, but all for one did have a certain ring to it in my youth. Eri whimpered and the hand on her throat grew tighter. Without a single thought besides saving his sister, Izuku rushed in. With Eri, moments before Izuku found her room. Growing up with a brother like Izuku gave you certain abilities. Abilities like picking a lock or sneaking out of rooms. Abilities other children didn't have, not even the boy at the park who Eri liked making mud pies with, whose daddy went to prison for being a thief. Eri knew all those times her Faizun played games like Hunt the Toy and Crack the Safe for Pie. She was learning something important. Her brother never said it out loud, but he was teaching her things that would protect her from the bad men. That's what Mama Inko said the last time Eri saw her, at least. Eri didn't understand it then, when her new mama told her Izuku did everything for a reason and he always said important stuff only. Until now, when she heard the pop of the deadbolt sliding open, leading to the hallway. Kurojiiri, the nice mist man who gave her sweets and apologized for hurting her, said she could get out while they were gone if she really needed to. Eri was going to escape. Kurojiiri said her brother would come for her, but Eri didn't want to be a burden. Her Izunai was her hero, always brave and strong. Now she had to be one. They wanted her to hurt All Might, her brother's favorite hero. No, Eri couldn't do it. It'd make her Izunai sad if his hero was hurt by her curse. Taking a deep breath of courage like Aizawa said to, Eri stepped out into the hallway. Okay, Kuro said go right, then left 2 doors. She continued muttering the directions as she snuck through the base like in her games, a habit she no doubt picked up from her amazing Izunai. Well, just as I was coming to grab you to lure a certain ant who thinks himself a hero, you just come to me. An evil-sounding voice interrupted her thoughts. This voice, she was more scared of it than Chisaki's voice, and he gave her nightmares. When she saw Chisaki in her room, Eri thought things couldn't get worse. But then this man with an even eviler voice had come in and made her scream with nightmares. He said he had many quirks, that he was God and wouldn't kill Izunai if she behaved. And now he saw her, so stupid. Eri felt fire in her tears as they pooled. The evil man's cruel blue eyes met hers as he grabbed her arm and crushed it. Eri screamed, but a harsh slap stopped the sound. Tiske, enough of that. We wouldn't want you to alert your brother. Not before I'm ready for him anyways. A hand made breathing harder than anything else she's had to do before, harder than cooking, making her bed, all of it, and she was dragged down the hallway. Her horns started throbbing as well, making everything seem fuzzy. Eri cried inside for her hero. Back to the present, with Izuku and Eri. Eri looked at her brother, and somehow she knew everything would be all right. Izunai would protect her, he'd get them home. Even as he was kicked to the side wall by the evil man's shoe, Eri knew Izunai would save her. Izuku grunted as he slid down the wall. Did you really think I'd just let you near me? Really? You may be quirkless, but I've learned your kind know how to squeeze out surprise attacks like the worms you are. You, my brother, both of you have that same look of pathetic bravery in your eyes. The villain known as Sensei, and all for one, semi-ranted. Izuku wheezed and shakily stood his ground. Sensei rolled his eyes at the gesture. Give me back, my sister, Izuku said. He gripped his trusty apron, knowing it wouldn't help, but maybe the sedative? Honestly, just stop. You don't stand a chance and you know it. What could you, a quirkless nobody, hopes to accomplish against me, a man with hundreds of quirks? He jeered. Eri struggled in his grip, inciting another sneer. Eri-chan, didn't we have a deal? You do what I say and I let you go, you've broken your end of the bargain. Sensei loosened his grip on her throat. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? You're evil. You never would let me go. And you hurt my Nichan. You weren't supposed to hurt him. Eri coughed. Izuku shuddered as the grip tightened again and prayed for a miracle. Just then a misty portal opened, Kurojiiri's tense form joining the room. Tamura stumbling in through the mist with multiple gash wounds adorning his body. Ah, Kyurgi Tamura, nice of you to join us. Tell me, how did Tamura's little mission go? Sensei greeted while ignoring the blood. Kurogiri shifted his form nervously, something Izuku noticed. Mission? What mission? Izuku's mind flew with possibilities. We did accomplish the mission, sir, but… Sensei's eyes flashed and he tossed Eri towards Izuku. Without thinking, Izuku caught her in a roll and watched the scene warily for a chance to exit. What happened? Sensei demanded. Kurogiri sighed. Well, for one thing we lost the Yakuza punk. Hardly a loss, considering his stupidity. What aren't you telling me, Kurogiri? The room's temperature dropped, and not from a quirk. Kurogiri looked deep in thought before glancing at Izuku, winking. Izuku's eyes widened as the mist villain turned back to his boss. It was a complete disaster. For one thing, he let the target go like the worthless NPC he is. Tamura's growl echoed, pain laced in his voice. Tamura, go get those treated. Sensei said quietly. Tamura left in a huff, and the villain turned towards Kurogiri. Explain. Now, Sensei ordered, hand already twitching towards Kurogiri's form. Kurogiri's point of view flashback. Kurogiri knew this was a bad plan. Heading to the U.A main building during a crisis would not end well. And it didn't. Despite his warnings to Tamura to not be cocky, the teen rushed in with the villain horde they had brought. A brilliant fighter, Tamura held his own despite the odds not being in their favor. But the others didn't fare as well. Overhaul, dragged in unconscious by Eraserhead not 10 minutes after the invasion started. Twice and Compress, knocked out by UA security protocol that they knew would be there but couldn't fight. Dabi and Himiko, well, he didn't know what happened to them, as Himiko was going on about making the mission a tour of the school. By this point they were probably lost in some dark corner. All these children, Kurogiri had mentally screamed. Honestly, no attempt at subtlety or tactics. They were in Nizu's playground, yet acted like it would be easy. This is what happens when All for One let his godlike abilities bolster the troop morale. They got sloppy. He winced at the other Nomu they brought shutting down after its head was ripped by Nizu's wrecking ball. They were losing, no, they had already lost. If only he hadn't gotten Inko involved all those years ago. If only he hadn't helped a monster rise again. Perhaps Tamura wouldn't be so far gone, cackling as he disintegrated the cement blocks thrown at him. Oi, misty fuck, let me go. Yes, Kurogiri's second facet to this mission, grabbing Katsuki Bakugu for bait against All Might. Separating the boy from his sensei was the easy part, but keeping him captive made Kurogiri's stomach clench. Really, it was unnecessary violence. All Might would come for just Eri. Kurogiri would drag the man to base if necessary. To stop this madness, there was no need for this. If anything, why not take a UA student on their walk home? I'm talking to you. When I get out of here, I'll rip your misty face off, the Bakugu boy ranted. Tied with quirk suppressant ropes and sporting a broken shoulder, the threat was minimal, but still sent shivers down Kurogiri's spine. First, he betrayed the children of his love, and now he had to take this random child too? Tamura landed near him in a heap. UA staff, most of them exhausted but standing, advanced upon the villains. In Tamura's grasp was midnight. Kurogiri, grab the brat and let's go, everyone else can be rescued later. Tamura said. Blood pooled from several spots. We have this one too as a gift for sensei. That's not part of the plan. Kurogiri objected. He ignored the Bakugu child struggling to escape. Tamura looked annoyed. And? Her quirk would be good for our NPCs. Let's go, Kurogiri. Now. I can't. Kurogiri admitted. You what? What do you mean you can't? Without a word, Kurogiri gathered Tamura in his mist and teleported them away, without the targets. He couldn't leave Tamura, not after he raised him since childhood. But neither could he let this madness continue. So, Kurogiri took them home, fully aware he wouldn't make it out again alive. Back to the present with Kurogiri. And you just let them go? I couldn't do it. And I don't regret it. At all. Kurogyari admitted. The atmosphere became suffocating. All the coward inside Kurogyari wanted to do was either apologize or warp away to safety. Now, here was a defining moment in Kurogyari's life. Everything was spiraling out of control. They were now kidnapping not only innocent children but heroes that would be killed for no reason after their quirk was taken. This is what Kurogyari's life had become: madness. In his youth he would have gone along with it, convinced Sensei knew what was best. That or run away. But no more. No more of this. Kurogyari had stood his ground, leaving the bait. Back at Yue-sensei's face spoke of his impending doom if he didn't run, which he wouldn't. Not without Izuku and Eri. He just had to time this right to save the love of his life's children. I'm shocked. Sensei said quietly. I know I shouldn't be. You loved your Inko too much, always advocated for peaceful plans. You're not a villain, Kurogyari. You're just a broken man wishing for a second chance that will never come. But don't worry, it's time I put you out of your misery, coward. No, all for once when he had that look in his eye, shot his hand out like a viper. Kurogyari was ready, though, and evaded the hand. Instantly he was in front of Izuku and Eri, praying this would work. Maybe I am a broken man and a coward. But I'm something else too, he said. His mist covered the two children he betrayed, and he used all his focus to send them away. He sent a mental apology for not going with them, but he had to face his past. As soon as the portal closed, a snarling all for one was on him, ripping his quirk out of his body. Every bone, every molecule, every particle screamed in agony. Never had such pain been felt, not in all his years. And never had the feeling of loss hit him so hard. His quirk gone. Left behind was his pale and tattered body that had never seen the sun. And what's that? His former master snapped hatefully. A hand gripped his face painfully, but Kurogyari still found the energy to grin and lifted his shirt to show what he'd been hiding ever since he agreed to kidnap Eri Midoriya. I'm a vengeful spirit, you lying bastard. I'm vengeful and you hurt Inko's children. All for one's eyes narrowed then widened when the former mist villain activated a bomb. A bomb attached to his torso. A countdown started. You fool. You'll only kill yourself. He exclaimed and dropped Kurogyari, attempting to use the stolen quirk, or really any quirk, to escape, only to fail as quirk suppressant gas filled the room. Like any good vigilante villain, Kurogyari had backup plans amongst backup plans, all so over the top they'd never be used. Except this one. The bomb was not designed to kill, just release enough quirk suppressant gas for an elephant, courtesy of Mustafu's hospital ward. A rage-filled all for one realized what happened and chuckled darkly. You really are a fool, Kurogyari. You know this won't stop me, I have the antidote in my office. All for one said. A boot crushed harshly into Kurogyari's newly exposed windpipe. He could feel his life slipping away courtesy of his quirk being ripped out without regard and the now damaged neck. But that was okay. Because he still won. And maybe. But by then they'll be here. He whispered hoarsely. What? Who did you tell, traitor? Kurogyari. His former boss demanded. But it was too late. The room which was dim became brighter than the summer days of his youth. No longer was the room there, just a void. Kurogyari smiled at the peace that filled him. A familiar scent, one he thought he'd never smell again came. Gentle laughter filled his ears. Inko, he whispered in wonder. More laughter surrounded him, and a hand appeared in his vision despite the bright nothingness. Inko smiled down at him, the image of her teen self. Come on, We've got to go, everyone's been waiting for you. And suddenly in the distance his family waved, bright grins on their faces. Yeah. I'm coming, Inko-chan, Sho said. With that, a young Kurogyari stood up and chased his best friend to the light, his body left behind by the now free spirit. And thus, all for one was left with the cooling corpse of a broken man who redeemed himself. Without a backwards glance to the fool, all for one opened his phone to the tracker he put inside his weapon. First he had to grab the brat, his antidote, and then prepare for whoever the fool summoned. With All Might right before All Might felt like everything had gone to shit. His patrol bore no fruit and now his comrades, no, friends, family were injured. Even Recovery Girl had quirk exhaustion trying to keep everyone alive and well. Worse was Eri being gone still, and now young Midoriya missing. He failed the children, like the failure he was. Tashinori. Recovery Girl tried gently as he allowed his face to fall into his hands. Yurei was half destroyed, and they now had no idea where the children were. It will be all right. His head snapped up, angry tears in his eyes. Rarely was he so human, but damn it was he distraught. All right? How the hell will it be all right? Young Eri, you Midoriya, both with that madman, a madman who already killed my master. Our friends injured, our school half destroyed. The only reason young Bakugo wasn't taken was because their escape car just left him there for reasons we don't know. I know. But you must calm down. How can I calm down? He shouted at his longtime friend, the woman who saved him countless times. But he couldn't help it, he hadn't felt this helpless since Nana. He was the symbol of peace. He was all... How could he be either of those things if he couldn't do what his persona demanded of him? Answer was he couldn't. I'm sorry, Recovery Girl, he whispered. Tears pooled down his face. Hey now, no need for tears if we're going to save Eri-chan and Midoriya-san. Nizu's cheery voice popped out of an intact vent. A tiny computer was in his paws. We're lucky I always have the entire UA system backed up in my personal computer. I've managed to pinpoint the location of Eri's captivity. His voice was smug but filled with hope. Suddenly, the symbol of peace had a reason to smile again. Hope was not lost. Let's go, he said. Wait, we need to regroup, Nizu said. But All Might was already gone. With Izuku and Eri, somewhere in base. Izuku held his sister protectively as they tumbled out of the portal. Rolling several times before stopping, Izuku looked at the dark room they found themselves in. His mind wanted nothing more than to bolt with Eri right then, but his relief at having her in his arms clouded that judgment. Oh, Eri, he breathed and hugged her close. Openly the sibling pair cried, Izuku being careful of her broken arm and now pulsing horn. This was bad. He had to get her to safety and calm the quirk down before it went wild. Even I knew you'd come. Even though I tried to be brave, I couldn't, Eri sobbed. I just wanted to go home. I couldn't do what they wanted. Shoo, my little princess unicorn. You've been nothing but brave this whole time. Everyone gets scared, hell I bet All Might get scared. He said. Eri sniffled. Really? Yes, really. But despite your fear you stayed calm. I'm so proud. So proud. When we get out of here we'll get some ice cream to celebrate. Izuku promised. However, he first had to get them out. Ripping his jacket for a sling, Izuku situated Eri's arm and wished he could do something about her eye. For now though, it would have to do. Okay, Eri, I need you to hold one, okay? I don't know where Kurogiri sent us, but from the walls we're still in base. We need to leave. Eri nodded and let herself get picked up, holding onto Izuku's neck with one hand that refused to let go. I just want to go home, Izuna, she mumbled. I know, and we are. Brother and sister exit the room, hallways the same as those he had been in looking for Eri. In fact, there was a stain he remembered, and that's a door he brushed past. That sly man, Izuku whispered. Sho had dropped them off near the entrance. All he had to do was take 5 rights, 2 lefts, then race to basement entrance he used originally. They were home free. Izuku ran like the hounds of hell were on him. Some would mistake him for having a speed quirk, but he was still powerless. No, what fueled him was the desperation to save his sister. No thoughts about his own safety were in his mind as he came upon the last 2 turns. We made it, he said. Not quite. It's the NPC brat and weapon brat, my lucky day. Shigaraki drawled, now bandaged up and looking rather maniacal. His form leaned casually against the door they needed, smirking cruelly. Izuku backed up, straight into All for One, who had turned the corner, looking at a phone. So, my tracker does work. I was unsure with how fast the dot was moving, but of course you quirkless can pull of ridiculous feats when threatened. He grabbed Izuku and ripped Eri away. She screamed. Oh, shut up. You just have to do what we say and your worthless brother lives, okay? Shigaraki said. Eri landed painfully on her bottom and All for One lifted her by her hair. Tamura, go prepare our escape plans. After I grab my quirk antidote, we'll regroup at another location to lure All Might. Yes, Sensei, Tamura agreed with reverence before hobbling away. Now behave, or your brother gets it. Keep your quirk under control as well, All for One said, as Eri's horn was alternating between shrinking and growing. You'll pay for this, Izuku said hatefully, even as he found talking difficult. The comment about antidote piqued his interest. All for One rolled his blue eyes. Yes, I've heard it all before from you children. I may not have access to my quirk at the moment, but the passive boosts they give me are enough to contain 2 brats like you. With that he dragged the 2 from the basement level through the base. Soon they reached the supposed office, though to Izuku it was just a shell of a room. No papers, an opulent desk with computers that looked like they hadn't been used in years. They were taken to a wall safe, where All for One quickly pulled out a thick needle full of blue liquid. You know, All for One said conversationally as he injected a syringe in his neck, the office dust settling around him. My brother was quirkless like you, like I said earlier. Izuku kept silent as they were once more led out the door. I gave him a quirk, you know, and what did he do? The hand holding Izuku tightened. He used it against me. Me, his older brother. Sounds like he knew you were evil, Izuku muttered. Oh yes, he shared your sense of justice and wit as well. Well, my little brother decided that he did actually have a quirk, and it combined with the one I gave him. Oh, the irony. Then he passed it down to some other do-gooder. So even when I finally killed the worm, his legacy passed on and on all the way into the current symbol of peace. Izuku's mind raced at the possibilities. A quirk that could be passed down? Well, he should have seen it, what with All for One's quirk. Maybe when this is over and I kill off the last bit of my brother, I'll keep you alive and with me. It would be like a trophy, a way to laugh in my brother's memory. The villain chuckled. Ice spread down his spine. Eri sniffled. Suddenly everything hallway, floor exploded. Detroit's smash was heard as the dust settled. Standing in the rubble, below where the trio was All Might himself. And he wasn't smiling, making All for One jeer. Oh, lovely, he just had to show up before the antidote fully formed. No matter. Erichan, All for One said as he dropped her on the ground. You want your brother to live, yes? Eri nodded fearfully. Whyes? Let Aizu and I go. But to make that happen, do what we agreed on, or else. Go on, go to All Might. Izuku watched his little sister struggle to get up and toddle through the rubble. Her horn grew to full length as she reached for All Might, who swooped in and scooped her up. You're going to have her. Rewind the pest, All Might, yes. All for One drawled. But couldn't risk Rewind's side effects on my, after all. She would never. Izuku insisted. Oh, she would, because otherwise she knows I'll snap your neck. I did the same thing to Kurojiiri earlier. He talked about death so easily. Izuku struggled but couldn't get free. All for One lifted Izuku by the throat, the now evening sun illuminating the action in the debris. All for One, let the boy go, he's nothing to you. All Might called. The hero landed on a support beam, Eri clutched in his grasp. A short hero landed next to him, one Izuku barely recognized as a retired Gran Torino. Eri was passed to him, but when Gran Torino tried to leave, she bit him and jumped down. Oh, I would say he still has use. You've been a thorn in my side for 8 generations, but no more. I had wanted to move our fight to a more private venue, but not matter, now, Eri. All for One ordered. Do your job or Izuku dies, just like your adopted mother and birth father. Nichan. She shouted, and white began circling her. Izuku looked at her through the haze of little oxygen. Eri, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you and be the hero you needed. I love you, Eri, but you need to run. Don't give him what he wants, Izuku choked out. Eri looked conflicted, like she wanted one thing but her sense of right and wrong prevented her from acting on it. Don't worry, Eri-chan, whatever happens, happens, All Might tried and patted her head. He prepared himself to possibly stuff his quirk down the child and send her away with his former mentor. He'd then fight all for one to the bitter end and die with Izuku. He grabbed a hair in preparation. Oh, is this not rich? You All Might are about to doom a small child to this fate? And then what? Die here with this boy? Well, if you've made up your mind, how about I just speed along the deaths, since Eri doesn't seem to care about her brother? All for One's quirk chose that moment to come back, all his enhancers turning back on. His hand clenched and Izuku's neck snapped. Snapped in half. Snapped loudly. Snapped, and his world just ended. Izuku Midoriya, age 15, fell limp, dead. To be continued. Just kidding, let's see what happens next. With Eri heard the snap. She heard it across the battlefield, felt it in her spine. The world stopped. The air froze. And her quirk exploded like 1,000 suns. Aizawa tore through her very being. All her anguish, all her sorrow, filled the name of her most precious person. It didn't matter if the world was unwound. In Eri's mind, nothing mattered now that Izuku was dead. Her Nichan, her Tuchan, her hero, gone. You monster, she barely heard despite the volume. Her dull eyes saw nothing but the red of battle mixed with her quirk. It was as if Eri had left her body, no longer wanting to be in it if Izuku wasn't there. Why are they fighting? She thought vaguely. Shockwaves hit her, one after the other. The old man who was her size hugged her. Stop fighting. There's no point, no point. Aizawa, suddenly anger sparked in her. How dare they fight with her Aizawa gone, tossed away while they hit each other. United States of Smash. You're a fool. You will die here today. Look at you, even your quirk is leaving you. The evil man's voice reverberated. All Might was looking a lot like Yagi-san, his face gaunt. Even if I die, I will never stop protecting people from you. All Might shouted back and punched more. Stop it. Stop it. She started chanting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. You can't fight anymore. She kept saying over and over. The white grew, her quirk shot out to encompass everyone in the vicinity. Just stop fighting. And the world was quiet for Eri. The use of her quirk made her sleepy, and she started dreaming even before her eyes closed. Because there was no way her Aizawa was running towards her, right? Immediately before Eri passes out, with All Might, the whole mission was a nightmare. He hadn't listened, hadn't waited for anyone but Gran Torino to back him up. And now a young man was dead. A young man he had once wanted to make his successor. Through his years, Toshinori had seen many people die after Nana. But only Izuku's hit him the way it did. Now All Might was struggling to pull one last punch as his quirk literally died inside him. He would die here with his quirk. All hope was lost. At least he could apologize to young Izuku in the afterlife. He prayed Gran Torino took Eri, that she could survive at least. He prayed too, that Izuku's body could be recovered later, give her closure. Toshinori Yagi felt his body begin to just drop. It was time. But then white covered him like a mother's hug and villain's wrath tied into one. It was happiness and rage. It was gentle and rough. It was so many things, and he would swear for years he saw a unicorn's face inside the light, carrying Izuku back to his fallen body. The light covered everything, and in moments he was standing tall, no pain in his gut. But also no one for all. He was quirkless yet healed. But, guessing by All for One's enraged yet frail-sounding screams, an old man's body left where the villain once was. He wasn't the only one. The former villain coughed weakly, 200-year-old body not able to stand. Eri! Toshinori's head snapped from the sight of his nemesis to Izuku bolting upright and running towards a somehow unconscious Eri and younger-looking Gran Torino. He turned his attention back to his nemesis. I think we're done here. He grinned and allowed some smugness to show through. With Izuku, before Eri's quirk, Izuku had woken from his neck snapping to a world of white. Well, I guess I didn't make it out, he deadpanned. A melodious laugh made his undead heart stutter to a stop. Oh, you did, sweetie. His mother was looking down at him, having that, I know something you don't, look he always hated. I died and get to see you. Izuku cried and moved to go near her. She held up a hand to stop him. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But one thing is certain, you're not dead. You have too many things to do, Zuzu. I am dead, though, Izuku insisted. One doesn't simply survive a neck snapping. Most people die from that. No, that's true. But you aren't most people, or rather, your sister loves you too much for you to be here yet. His mother gave a teasing grin and wink. Izuku blinked as his mother started fading. No, Mom. He begged. A warm feeling engulfed him. Oh shush, my little Aizachan. You always were such a crier. Don't worry, I'll still be here. When it's time. But for now, you have a little girl to raise and coffee to sell. Don't let our shop fail. And watch after Eri, she watches too much TV, mister. And eat more vegetables. The visage of his mother faded before him. Izuku was alone in the white. And then he was snapped into his body. Cautiously he checked, relieved he was alive. Instantly he was on his feet, all thoughts of his mother gone as Eri came to mind. Eri! He screamed to his sister's pale and sleeping form, relief that everything was going to be okay even as dozens of heroes arrived. They did it. They were safe. 1 year. That's how long since Izuku's foolish rescue mission that somehow turned out alright. A lot had changed in that year, mainly the structure of heroes. All Might retired, publicly showing his form and stepping down. No one knew what sparked it, as Kamino was more secret than most government black ops. Young Eri, we do not use that much sugar. There are too many cavities caused by it. Toshinori's voice echoed from the kitchen during their lunch break. The man made it his mission to ensure Eri had a partner in the kitchen on days the other employees couldn't be in. Izuku offered to pay him, but Toshinori insisted the joy of working was payment enough. Yagi, shut up before I make you, a grumbled voice from the shop's couch signaled Aizawa awakening. You do know your apartment is 1 block away, right? Go sleep there, Izuku deadpanned. After Kamino, the man had moved to a new apartment less than a block away from the shop, not that he ever used it. At least half the week Izuku would find him asleep on the couch in his sleeping bag come morning. Problem child, my apartment is too far away. Now stop working on your reports and take a nap. Izuku huffed and complied. He plopped down at the other end of the couch right as Eri came in, covered in flour. The shit? Izuku, we need cookies now. Bakuga boomed from the door, midnight laughing while ruffling his hair. They really were a great mother-son match. Life was good. Later. Well, most of life was good. Visiting his mother's new grave, now next to Sho Kurogiri's, both were approved because of Nizu's influences and money, brought mixed feelings. Standing there always left a sour taste in his mouth. On one hand he was so unbelievably pissed for what the man did and couldn't figure out what Kurogiri's end goal was. But on the other hand he sacrificed himself for Eri. So Izuku's emotions were everywhere. Nizu keeps saying I should talk to you, that it would help. Izuku began. It had been a year, it was time for him to settle this. So mad. So mad. You stole my sister, betrayed my mother. But then you helped me save her. I don't hate you. I will never forgive you, but I am grateful for your sacrifice. I still have nightmares from my neck snapping, and Eri can't stand small spaces. But she's alive. He added. So, then you show Kurogiri. For everything. With that, Izuku dropped a letter with all his feelings spelled out on the grave, walking away. He had a coffee shop to run and his workers were lost without him. That afternoon, Izuku smiled as he opened his shop to customers waiting anxiously. Eri bounced up to them eagerly. Welcome to Midoriya Coffee Shop and Pastries. We're so glad you're here, she beamed. Yes, life was good.